Society Nigeria, a member society of the CFA Institute Global Network of Societies. Our mission is to promote the highest standard of practice in the Nigerian financial services industry and provide a vibrant community for our members. The CFA Charter signals the holder's commitment to professional excellence. As thought leaders, we collaborate with stakeholders to ensure adherence to ethical standards, better education for professionals, and to build market integrity. We are the leading voice for advocacy in the finance and investment industry in Nigeria. To partner with us or become our member, visit us at cfasocietyng.org for more details. CFA Society Nigeria, making finance a force for good.
New Frontiers Learning is the #1 tuition center for the CFA exams in Nigeria. Our founders went through their CFA journey with little or no support of any kind. However, they vowed to turn into reality the dream of every CFA candidate earning the CFA charter, irrespective of their backgrounds, finance and non-finance alike. It is this commitment to support our candidates that influences our engagement of a world-class faculty, partnerships, scholarship and discount offers, our online learning management system, and so much more. Our clients' outstanding results across all levels of the exams every year attest to the quality of our top-notch physical and online program in the last 10 years. That's right, we have been impacting the industry for 10 years and have supported about 2,500 professionals in that time space. Register with New Frontiers Learning today.
Hello, are you looking for a CFA preparatory school? A tuition to help with your pursuit of the highly prestigious CFA charter? If yes, then First Quartile Professionals is perfect for you. You can join us from any part of the world. We offer online and physical classes. Our pass rate have been higher than the global pass rate in all but one of the last 18 run of classes we have had over the years. At First Quartile, we also adopt a mentoring system to guide candidates through their journey to earn the CFA charter. At First Quartile you get a chance to network with many industry experts. Visit our website or call 0817-607-4526 for further inquiries.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this edition of Bootcamp, Revision Bootcamp, organized by CFA Society Nigeria. It's exciting times. On behalf of the Board of Governors of the Society, I bid you welcome. I'd like to see where you folks are dialing in on this call. If you can just put that in the chat box. It's a policy of the society to support our candidates in their journey to earn CFA charter. And we try to do everything that is legally and humanly possible to provide the support. And that is why we are organizing this revision bootcamp, as we've done regularly from time. I'd like to use this opportunity to say a very big thank you to the folks behind the scene that make this happen, members of the executive office. I'd like to say a very big thank you to the committee that handles this, that's membership committee, and especially the faculty of facilitators that give their time and knowledge to support our candidates. It's a mission of the society to ensure that we support our candidates to earn the charter. Please sit back. We have an array of courses for today and tomorrow. We have about 5 courses today. I think we're starting with ethics, and the facilitator is on standby. I can see a number of places being put into the chat box there. So without further ado, I'd like to invite our facilitator to please come online and take this session. I think that's Miriam.
Okay, thank you, Femi. Good morning, Femi. Yemi, sorry. Sorry, Yemi. Good morning. Thank you for the introduction. Good
Good
morning,
morning,
everybody.
Mariam.
How are you doing?
Very well. Are you?
I'm good. Morning, everybody. I can also see there's a lot of people dialing in from different locations, Abuja, Lagos, Kwara. So welcome, everybody. This morning, we're going to start with ethics. So we have ethics goes through all the three levels. It's very important. My opinion, probably one of the most important topics that you should really focus in level one to try to master because it's going to be an ace card for you to use throughout your CFA journey. And as you are aware, there's that borderline ethical line whereby if you're on the borderline, your ethics score could make it or break it for you. So again, that emphasizes how important ethics actually is. So just because of time, I'm going to swiftly move on. We have five learning modules for ethics, but what we're going to do during this session is we're going to look at 1 to 4 because 5 is mostly for you to use to do application questions because there's a lot of cases there, but there's also other cases, and I think we'll have some questions that we're going to do together. I want you guys to practice more. I'm assuming most people here are going to write the exam in a few days. If you're not, still, let's do the questions together because practice is the best things and you should have some background knowledge. So I will briefly go through the material, but I want us to focus more on question practice so we can also have time for you to just ask me a few questions, maybe just a few individuals at the end. So let's move on. I have a little breakdown for us. I'll try to track my time as well because I really want you to get the most you can from this session. So I'll go through, as you can see, the breakdown, some facts about ethics we'll talk about, and then we'll go on to LM 1 to 3, and then we'll do questions on that. And then before we move on to GIPS, as you know, LM 4 is GIPS. And GIPS is not much in level 1, but you do need it because as the levels move on, actually, they build on it. So and also, I have a little sheet for you. I don't know if you'll have time for that because I'll probably prioritize you asking me questions than reading the tips I have for you for ethics. They're just 10 tips that you can read. So you'll get these slides at the end so you can use them in your own convenience. So let's start with ethics. As I already said, ethics is really important for you to master. It's really important for you to understand. And the whole reason behind it is to be a CFA professional, that integrity, that huge 3 letters that you get is important that you actually represent it and do the right thing no matter what is happening. Nobody's looking, nobody's saying anything. It's on you because you're supposed to even report yourself. So ethics is really important. As you're aware, it's 10 to 20% of the weighting throughout the levels if you look at it. And averagely, it's probably the topic that has the most questions in it. So as I said already, this is just a statement. You can review in your own time saying the board of governors instituted by the policy this is the official statement for them that says why when you're at that borderline, this is why ethics could be positively used to impact your final result. So just as I said already, just imagine out of your 180 questions, you're thinking almost 20% of your questions will come from ethics. So you need to make sure you understand, not just memorize the standards or the codes, understand how to apply them. Understand when it's not like they're looking for a correct answer. They want you to think of the most realistic answer. You need to kind of use some intuition and common sense to answer it to an extent. So let's move on. We're going to start with LM1, which is ethics and trust in the investment profession. This is a brief, I think this module is not too much, it's just brief, it's just giving you a background of what most of us do know what ethics is really. It's just talking about having the integrity, making sure that you make the right choices. It's just in a nutshell, it's just talking about what investment managers should do because if you're going to be practicing your CFA, you're going to be managing portfolios of billions of dollars or people's funds. So you need to be a trusted individual. So it's just how to conduct your affairs and then how firms also should represent investment portfolios of any multinationals or big companies that they're managing in particular. So briefly again, I will not be reading my slides. I will try to just go through them. As I said, I want us to practice questions because you can read in your own time. So let's move on to module 2, learning module 2. So this is kind of the heart of it for you in level 1. Code of ethics and the standards are really important for you to understand. To an extent, I wouldn't say memorize, but if it's memorizing, it's easy for you. You do need to know them because the heart of the majority of your questions in level 1 will be coming from this learning module. And it's all about, have you violated this standard? What subsection is this talking about? Is this in line with the codes of ethics? So really spend some time to do this. I know it's close to your exam, you should have, but I mean, have some notes, flash notes, whatever cards you need to do, mnemotics, whatever you need to do, make sure you spend time on this module, because this is what your questions on ethics will mostly be. Like GIPS will be quite a few questions, but majority, the heart of it, the chunk of it will come from here. So let's go on to talk about the code of ethics. So you know that there's 6 codes of ethics. I made a mnemonic. You can change it, map up. So it's not in order, but it's a good way for you to remember. There's different ones I've seen online as well as I was researching. Some people have dice, right? Like they have different things to just remember, act with integrity, competence, diligence, and respect. Like these words are very intentional that the CFA is using them to be ethical. So you need to make sure you understand these 6 codes of ethics and what they mean. Like even if it's just reading them, you're thinking you're not sure. The actual CFA text has a bit more in-depth explanation of situations of how to use them and what you should and should not do. So definitely pay attention to this. If the mnemotic that I have works for you to aid memorization, use it. If you have your own, do whatever works for you, but just make sure you understand what each of these standards is talking about. So if we move on straight on to the standards, the actual professional conduct standards, these not just throughout your CFA journey, once you become a CFA, it's something that is important for you to know. Because if you're through working at work, or going through anything at work, it actually gives us guidelines. We can even refer to it as CFAs, like, okay, there's a situation, you're not too sure what to do at work, even if your company is not primarily about CFA, but it's your role, because every year you're renewing your membership and you need to maintain these standards of professional conduct. These standards are 7. I also have economics. You can see PICE icon R. I did it in this way because these ones, I think the order of them helps you remember them. Another way I thought of doing it was it could be rice, or could be price icon, but it's the order of them is quite important because of these 22 substandards, subsections that they have. And these subsections are quite important for you to make sure you understand, because they're probably something that the CFA tends to use when they're writing questions to make sure you actually understand, not just have memorized the standards. So these 22 subsections are important. You need to understand them, and LM2 has them in detail. So the CFA text, yes, it's really dense and it's time consuming. You're close to your exam, but as you're probably running towards mocks right now, assuming most of you are about to write your exam, when you're feeling like, okay, I'm a bit, I don't really feel like question practicing, or even just reading 20 small bites of them, 20 minutes, do make sure you understand these subsections, not just memorizing, okay, I know that there's 4 subsections in professionalism. When someone says knowledge of the law, what are they talking about? What are they talking about? What law are you supposed to follow? The more strict law or the more lenient law, or you have to follow your country's law? You need to understand what it means. So please do take the time to have a look at the CFA text. And the CFA text is the best text for ethics. Any secondary party does not do it justice. Ethics, you need to use those texts. And I think they even have clips now for you on the CFA website. There's actually little videos, 10 to 15 minutes videos that actually talk about it. So if you're somebody that learns better by listening, listen to those clips. Like you can be driving and listen to them. You can just be moving around. And now that we always have AirPods and things in our ears, you can use that like actively now as you're going through. So I would just, we can talk about the professionalism, as I already mentioned, what knowledge of the law is, independence and objectivity. We understand what that means. You can't just do something subjectively. You need to be independent. You have to have a valid reason for choosing a particular investment, for doing a particular action. And then you should not misrepresent any documents. If you misrepresent it by mistake, you must disclose that and you must correct it. So that's very strict on that. And any misconduct, as we know, anywhere in professionalism, any misconduct is not acceptable. So when we move on to integrity of capital markets, I mean, this one is, I think, the one that I remember when I wrote my CFA level one. It was one that I always kind of it was a bit gray for me. Material, non-public information. Like you need to make sure, okay, what material information can be material but public, and it's okay for you to use. But as long as it's material and non-public information, you should not use it at your favor against other investors in the market. So pay attention to that. That's just from experience and speaking. It was something that I found a bit of a gray area, because you also need to make sure you've read the question carefully to make sure is it material? Ask yourself that question. Is this public information this particular portfolio manager has found, or is it non-public? And then market manipulation as well. Are we intentionally making trades so there's a huge volume so people can move towards it so we can benefit and sell at a high price? Like all these stimulations, you need to, I think, intuitively try to think about it as you're doing it. So that's the first two standards. You see there's already 6 subsections within them. If we move on to the third and fourth standard, you see duties to clients has probably one of the most subsections, because the whole reason of a portfolio manager and a CFA is to manage clients' portfolios. So whether your client is an individual, a corporation, it's a government, you are there to serve that client. So it's so important to understand these subsections as well: loyalty, prudence, care, fair dealing. Most of them speak for themselves. And as I said, it's probably best for you to go through if you haven't, but most of you should know. I am really assuming that we're all here with those that are about to hit their exams, and ethics should be something that you've done at the end. So it should be really fresh right now for you. So I'm sure you're thinking as I'm going through them, I'm assuming, okay, you know what they are. So it's not knowing what they are, it's thinking, what angle can they throw them at me and how can I handle it? So the same thing with duties to employers. So as we prioritize in CFA, actually, your duty is to your client first, then to your employer. So the client always is a priority. So also for the employer, it's important to disclose things to make sure you're loyal, you're not doing anything that's competing with your firm. And then also responsibilities, supervisors. Like just because you are a supervisor and you've delegated things doesn't mean you've passed on the responsibility. If that person you've delegated to does something wrong, it is your responsibility to be checking what they are doing. So again, let's move on to the 5th standard, which is investment analysis, recommendation, and action. So it's very important here as well, because this is what you're doing. This is checking the accuracy and efficiency of your work. And record retention, I would go straight to, is really important. You need to make sure you're keeping records of data that you're using towards making decisions that are impacting people's portfolios. And conflicts of interest, if we move on standard 6, that is disclosing anything that you think is a potential conflict of interest. Like if you're unsure, whenever they say in CFA, when you're unsure, disclose. It's never a fault by disclosing, but by not disclosing, potentially you could be violating a standard, and you don't want to do that. And the final standard, obviously standard 7, is responsibilities as a CFA institute or CFA candidate. So as you can see, it's not just becoming an actual CFA institute member this is binding on. It's binding on you as a CFA candidate. Once you've registered and you have that candidacy, you are subject to these standards. you need to also know how you conduct yourself. You're representing the CFA program, and the CFA program has a right to just revoke that representation. They can do that, people, by cheating in exams or anything that they think, even social media posts. So I think in the exam, I remember past when I did it, it was mostly social media posts that people talk about their opinion about how they found the exam. And you're not supposed to disclose particular questions or topics that came up. So with nowadays that we're so obsessed with our digital, just be careful with those things, because you don't want that to stop your journey along the way, the CFA, or even just cause you a disciplinary investigation or anything. So do pay attention and make sure you understand. And then eventually, as you move on through your levels, when you become a CFA charter holder, you also need to know how you represent yourself as a CFA charter holder. You can't say anything that implies, oh yes, I passed all my levels first attempt, and that means I'm better than the person that didn't. You can't say that. There is no superior performance based on that first attempt. That's why once you are a CFA charter holder, you're a CFA charter holder. You are allowed to state if you passed all 3 levels at the first attempt. That's amazing. And you have a right to state that, but you can't say for any reason that you're better than those that didn't. So the CFA is very strict on these things. And even your company, if you notice they're advertising like that, you as a CFA holder should actually prompt them and tell them, okay, this is not how you're supposed to do it. So I think we've been through LM1 and LM2. Basically, that's LM1 and LM2. LM3, I think for me, I like LM3 the most, because LM3 is talking about what you should do. They're thinking of all the potential scenarios you would be in and what you should do, what is advisable for you, what is best to do. And once you've done LM5, which is application and questions that gives you answers, if you are at a stage whereby I've done all the questions, I've done all the practice questions, I don't have anything else to do to practice ethics, come back to LM3, because the questions we're going to practice with you today are from LM3, which I created based on the scenarios that they place. So you can do the same thing yourself. Before looking at the comment and they give you the scenario, you can think, okay, what kind of question could come from this? And that will allow you to just intuitively, like, you don't have to write it down, but if you're thinking about it, once you're stimulating and creating questions for yourself, that means you're at a level that is quite confident and ready for your exam. So LM3, I think this is where we're going to I think I'm watching my clock. That's why I keep looking at to just see we have enough time, because I have like 10 questions for us to do. And as I said, I would rather also answer any questions that you guys have. So now we're going to actually get into it. And if you guys are all ready, we're going to do some questions. And I'm going to give you guys about, I think, a minute and a half, like if it's and I'm watching the chat right now. I want you guys, I'm going to actually use my phone as a timer. I want you all, please, to try and attempt this, even if you're not writing the exam, even if you haven't gone through all of the standards, or you're still working on your ethics, or just try, just put it in the chat and I'll just watch and see how it goes. So have a read. This is the very first question. I'm just looking to put my timer on. I'm going to give us 1 minute, 30 seconds, and let's give it a go. So you can start now. Oh, wow. We've got someone already answering. Okay. So, it's good. I'm getting answers. So I'm just going to keep watching the chat. When I think I've got a majority, we can even move if it's more than that. And then we'll go through the answer as well. Well done. Yes, I'm seeing a lot. Yes, thank you. A lot of feedback. I'm seeing we have about 100 participants, so I'm going to wait. I'll give it the time, actually. I'll wait for but just make sure as you're doing it, even if you've answered it, just read it, make sure you've read the question carefully. There's no rush. You still have time. It hasn't actually been a minute yet. So keep bringing in the answers. Happy, yes, everybody's participating. This is great. You guys are wide awake. Yeah, I'll go with the timer. You have 30 seconds. Anybody that hasn't yet, about 30 seconds up now. So something is like obviously. So well done, everybody. Thank you for participating. And I'm going to read the question out again. I'm going to read out the question now, and then we'll just talk through it a bit before we go through the answer. James Collins is an investment analyst for a major Wall Street brokerage firm. He works in a developing country with a rapidly modernizing economy and a growing capital market. Local security laws are minimal in form and content and include no punitive prohibitions against insider trading. So we're talking about local rules and how they are. So the question that I asked you guys is, which of the following must, so I put that in italics. Just pay attention when you're also doing your questions in the exam. They tend to either bold things or put them in italics if they're important. So must Collins abide by to avoid violating any CFA Institute standard? So if I check briefly in my chat, I see a lot of B's, C's, let's see, a few A's. I think I have all the options are selected, but I feel like B's and C's are my biggest ones being selected by people. So if we go through it, A, which is our least selected answer, local security laws. Must he abide by the local security laws when we're told that the local security laws are minimal? And the CFA standard tries to say that you should probably follow the more stricter law. So since these are minimal, that means they're not as strict as the CFA standards. So for that reason, like if you work through elimination as well, you can always get the answer. A, it would not be the answer. B, which is standard 1, which is professionalism, which has 4 subsections, as you remember. Under that one, the first one is knowledge of the law, which kind of goes directly to what we're talking about in this question. So that is why all those that selected B, well done, it's the correct answer. You did a great job. Its answer is B, because you need to follow, for him to make sure he doesn't violate anything with the CFA standards, he should follow the CFA professional standards. With knowledge of the law says, follow the more strict law. And then if we go on to, okay, somebody's asking me a question. I'm going to carry on, Olua Yemi. I will carry on going through this, and I'll answer your question afterwards. I've seen your question. Option C, integrity of capital markets. People that chose integrity of capital markets as well. This is the kind of trap question. There's a trap answer that the CFA could throw at you, because there's a reason why I put it, because you could just be thinking, okay, if he does follow these local, because it's talking about insider trading, that's the aspect actually, the question that you're saying, because you hear insider trading, but insider trading, it has nothing, the question isn't really talking about him doing insider trading. So there's no integrity of the capital market, but it's talking about the local security laws also encapsulate insider trading within them. So it's nothing about Collins. So Collins is just looking at the law. He's not doing any insider trading. And just because the local security laws talk about insider trading, they haven't really given us too much information to know, does it say it's okay to do insider trading? If it says it was okay to do insider trading, then you think, yes, that would be a violation if he decides to follow the local security laws. And you could think that standard 2 could be the answer. So again, it's reading the question, understanding the contents they're talking about. If they haven't given you too much information, don't assume anything, just take it as it's given. So that's why C wouldn't be the answer. I think that also answers the question that I've had in the chat. What I had as a follow-up question that I just realized I actually gave it to you is I wanted you guys to just think about this. It's not that I was going to time you with what subsection it was, but I've already, while explaining it, I forgot and I just gave you guys the answer. Yes, this talks about knowledge of the law. Obviously, we're all aware of it. I'm checking the chat. Yes. Somebody, okay, has answered. Thank you for putting in your answer. And if I just read the explanation for you, I mean, we've discussed it already, but this is the explanation that I got directly from the LM3 and the CFA text, which actually explains why Collins must abide to the code and standards, which, as you can see, even in the explanation, they said, which might be more strict. They don't know, because we don't know too much about these local laws. So it's all just gauging on the cautionary side. If you're not sure, just go with what makes most logical sense to you, as you can see. So he should be aware of the risk of that small market, and the absence of a fairly regulated flow of information to the market represents his ability to obtain information and make timely judgments. So these explanations are all given to you within, oh, am I looking at the wrong? I feel like I've moved on to my slides too quickly. Sorry, that's answer number 2 I gave you guys. So my apologies, but yeah. My apologies, you guys. Because I opened the chat, and then when I click, okay, I have to be careful when I open your chat, because I've just given away answer question number 2, but I will still go through it. Hopefully some people did not notice. Those that notice, you can still answer it. We'll probably just give you less time to do it. So I think this one, yeah, I jumped into, yeah. So I think we can move on to number 2. I think you guys are all ready for that. Let's swiftly move on to, yeah, thank you that people are putting their answers of what subsection is. Excellent, thank you. Yes, it is subsection A within standard 1. Okay, so timer back on. I'm gonna get my timer ready and I will let you, yes, there you go. That's question number 2. Have a go. And those that already know the answer, please just give others a chance to put anything in the chat. Maybe don't join if you notice when I accidentally opened it on my slide. A question, okay, I'm gonna reply on the chat to this person. The question 1, the correct answer was B. So we have, yeah, you have about a minute. It's just been 30 seconds, so. Read this again, carefully read, take your time. Honestly, time is not really too much of an issue for level 1, so don't rush anything. Even when you've answered, reread it, be sure, confirm before going again. Okay, good. I'm getting some replies. Yeah, good. I'm getting answers. Yeah, keep them coming. You guys have 30 seconds to go. Guess. If you don't know, just guess. There's nothing wrong. Nobody's gonna take marks from you. And this is just a boot camp. You'll make mistakes. We all do. Good. I'm getting lots and lots of answers. That's good, good. Good. Well done. I'm getting a lot of A's and B's. Nobody's selecting C. C is all by itself. Okay, time is, yeah, time's up. Thank you guys. Yeah, just throw them in A, B, A, B. So it's everybody's thinking A or B. So I'm gonna read the case again, and then we will go through what the answer is. So Mary McCoy is the senior drug analyst at a mutual fund. Her firm hires a service that connects her to experts in the treatment of cancer. Through various phone conversations, McCoy enhances her understanding of the latest therapies for successful treatment. This information is crucial to Mary making informed recommendations of the companies producing these drugs. So the question I ask is, did Mary violate any CFA Institute standards? Everybody, I think, I'm going to check the chat again. Everybody was an A or B. So I'm going to go straight to C. And it's great you guys have eliminated C. It says yes, relating to diligence and reasonable basis. So diligence and reasonable basis is just talking about why a particular analyst will make a decision. Like, is it because that they just read a post somewhere online, or is it because they actually did their research? Is that anything to do with that here in question 2? Not really. So excellent, well done everybody for cancelling out C, because it has nothing to do with her decision, because in fact, the question doesn't tell us anything about any reasonable diligence or basis. But I mean, if it can also trick you up because they're talking about that she has this information, and if you're assuming things, you could select C because you're assuming, okay, she has this information, this might affect her diligence and maybe put a bias in her head. No, it doesn't. She's just researching, she's talking to people. So excellent, everybody on this call that attempted the question. C is definitely not correct. I'm going to go backwards now to B, relating to material non-public information. So quite a few people, I feel like it's a 50-50 with the A and the B. Quite a few people chose B as well. So this is the standard that I actually focused on in my introduction, material non-public information. Does Mary McCoy have material information? Quickly in the chat, anybody give me a yes, no. Does she have material information from what we have? Anybody, just somebody give me a yes, no. If you have guessed, whatever you think it is, does she have material information? Yes, some yeses, some nos. Okay, I have both sides of the coin, which is good. Okay, so yeah, I would say yes, she has material information. Her information is material because she's talking to people that are experts in this treatment of cancer. They obviously will have more information, material information that could affect the company's drug and the impact on it. Also, I would say, as clear as she's actually using this to make a decision or work on whatever she's going to do. So this is definitely material. Another question for you guys in the chat quickly, is this non-public information? So if it's non-public information, give me yes. If it's public information, give me no. Okay, I'm getting both sides of the coin again, which is good. Thank you, guys. You're really interactive. I love this. So, okay, so what she has is, it's not, I wouldn't say ideally it's non-public, because if you reach, I mean, it hasn't been publicized, but it's available for people because she's just calling these people through the phone, informally asking them. It's not something that has been posted, but it's just information that she's getting that is not stopping anybody. I mean, if we use an example, okay, if I say, for example, if you want to know the tax rate for companies in Nigeria or tax rates for businesses, I mean, it's public information, but people might not know if there's any changes. But if you don't check for it, you won't know. There's certain things, if you don't look for them, they're out there, but if you don't look for them, you won't know they exist. So as long as they're available, it's public information. That's what it means. If it's available for you to get without any, you have to pay any secret or service for it, it's just talking to somebody. So this is public information. But this is a little trick, as I say to you. Like with these questions, I really tried to intentionally make them what I remember from level one, that these are the little things that can catch you out, especially under pressure. So what she has is not actually material non-public information. It's material information, but it's not non-public, because anybody that actually looks for it could get that information. Yes, somebody has said this is meseric theory. Yes, this is what we're talking about. Hafsat, you're absolutely correct. So obviously by elimination now, all we have is answer A. So the answer is A, because she does not violate anything by using this information. She personally went and looked for this information herself, and this information will help her with an investment decision, but this information is not public, is not non-public information. So if I move on, let's click on my slide. Yes, so that's the answer. So this answer is talking about, this is directly, again, my comments, mostly the answers, I won't be reading them because, again, I am time conscious. And as told you, it's just on question 2, I have 10 questions for you guys to do. And I want to give you guys an opportunity to ask the question. Let me just check the chat. I'm seeing okay, somebody's asking me a question. So yes. So all the longer questions that I have here, I don't know if we can get back to them because, okay, as we're moving on, I don't want to spend too much time. There's somebody that sent me quite a longer question for me to leave. Let me see, please. What should Mary have done? No, Mary doesn't have to advise anybody. She's just doing research. And She's just doing research before she actually makes a decision or recommends a certain buy or sell to her company. She doesn't have to do anything or advise the company on anything. She can use it as information. Like, when I said record retention, she can state, okay, that she's spoken to these experts and then she's checked the numbers, and based on historic views, this is why she thinks. Most of the times our analyst decisions are opinions based on facts. So she doesn't really need to advise her firm on anything. What was the fact Mary company paid for it? Oluwa Toby, I'm not too sure what the question you're saying. I don't understand it too well, because you asked me what was the fact Mary company paid for hired service. So I don't know about that. So I'm going to skip your question. I have seen it, I'm just not sure. Yes, well done. Maria, we will go through mosaic theory. It's what we just spoke about, actually. It's mosaic theory is basically using non-material public information and material public information together to make an investment decision. That's what it is. And it goes deeply more in the text about it. So you can refer to that and we can discuss it more in details. As I said, though, I really am prioritizing you guys using your brain this early Saturday morning and just doing questions. Okay, I have a question again. I'm going to read this one. I have said, if an analyst gathers information from different sources, interviews on the theory, can we act on the collection of the? Yeah, you can act on it. It's your decision as an analyst have said. You can act on the information. It's this information you can get personally. And then there's one more question. Again, what CFA be asking us? Which standard? No. CFA is not going to be asking you what I'm asking you right now. What standard does it refer? CFA does not do, it's not about memorization, you're very right. I'm just asking you because this is a revision tip. Like, even when you see, because sometimes what makes it easy for me when I was doing it, especially all through my 3 levels, when I see a question and they're probably talking about a subsection in the options, I'm like, oh, I know what standard that is. So it helps you. It gives you confidence that, okay, I have done this question right. So you don't need to memorize. I never memorize, but I know some people are really good at memorizing game, especially on our sides of the nation, of the world. So that's why I'm just saying, if you can, do memorize it. Oh, dear. I have searched. Okay, I'll send the link for the audio learning curve to, I think, the facilitators of this bootcamp. Maybe together with my slides, I'll send the link because, yeah, they do have the videos. I don't even think you need to log on to see the videos for the standards. So I like the videos, so I will send that link. I've heard that. Okay, Maria, okay, you have said you're responding to Maria. Okay, thank you for answering the questions. Yeah, so let's just, I'm not gonna read through this. We've discussed it, and as Ari said, I'm just asking you what the standard it refers to, just so you guys can revise for yourself. Like, what standard is this referring to? Quickly, people put it in the chat. Probably I'll just give you 30 seconds for this one. What standard is this referring to? This is just not something CFA will ask you, but it's something I want to ask you because I just want you, if you're close to your exam, you should know this. But if you don't, it's not the end of the world. You still have time, so don't be too hard on yourself. Okay, I'm having a few options. Yeah, everybody's saying A, C. I haven't seen a B yet. So A and C seem to be, yep, A, C. Okay, I have one B. Well done. Thank you for those that responded. I'm not gonna spend too much time on this. So this one, if you need to know, see, my answer was talking about a subsection, one of the 22 subsections you must know. I didn't mention any standards, but you should know that. So nobody chose, okay, one person chose B. So why is it not integrity of capital markets? She's not doing any action that's going to affect the capital market. We don't even know what Mary's going to do with this information. We have no idea if Mary's going to even do anything with this information. And for her, researching things outside outside information that is publicly available to everybody doesn't actually affect the integrity of the capital market. So that's why B, I'm glad very few people chose it. It's not B. And we go on to C, duties to clients. Do we even know if Mary has clients or she's just doing research for potential clients? The question doesn't say anything about her clients. We don't even know who her clients are. We don't know if Mary is doing this research for her own personal portfolio. So we don't know anything about clients. We don't know if she's just doing this for fun, that she's interested in this particular drug with cancer. So it doesn't specifically say, okay, what she's going to do. It doesn't give us too much information about clients. So that's why it would not be duties to clients. The answer is A. Well done, everybody that got it right. It's investment analysis, recommendation, and actions, because this is where that subsection that the answer comes from, non-public material, non-public information, falls under. So it's good to just know these things and note it as you're going along. So because of time, I feel like we're going, okay, I'm going to speed on, and probably I will not be answering you guys' questions in the chat immediately now, because I really want you guys to do these questions with me. And subsequently, the questions that you have, anyway, I am reachable, social media, online. You can message me and I'll just type in the answer for you. So because we're only on question 3, and I said I was being ambitious and I really wanted us to do 10. So timer on question 3, let's start. I'm going to give you less time this time, 1 minute for this one, because I really want you guys to have a go. So read it quite quietly. There's numbers in this one. Pay attention and give it an attempt. Even if you're not sure, just guess. I'll give you a breakdown on when we're about 10, 20 seconds to the end. So give it a go. Let's see, question 3. Oyinda Malo, let me type back to you whilst I'm waiting for people to answer. No. So once I'm waiting for people to answer, actually, I might use this to type and reply to some questions. Well done, I'm getting some answers. Well done, throw them in. You guys have like 10, 9, 8. It's going. Hey guys, okay. Your time is almost up. Just throw the questions in and the answers in quickly as possible, because I think we've gone over the minute that I said because I was typing, I got carried away. A lot of A's and B's, C's left out again. Poor C, nobody wants it. So come on, well done. Just throw in the answer now, even if you're not sure. You've read the question. Yeah, okay, there's someone that's given C. Not that I'm saying you must choose C, but okay, thank you, whoever chose C. Time, yeah, time. So let's look at this. I'm going to read the question again. Lynn Moody is an investment officer at Leicester Trust Company. She has an advisory customer who has talked to her about giving approximately $50,000 to charity to reduce her income taxes. Moody is also a treasurer of the Home for Indigent Widows, which is planning its annual giving campaign. HIW hopes to expand its list of prospects, and particularly those capable of substantial gifts. Moody recommends HIW's Vice President for Corporate Gifts call on her customer and ask for a donation in the $50,000 range. Moody's recommendation to HW's VP calls her customer be calling her customer for a donation, most likely, again, italics, bold, most likely, like just, it doesn't have to be on the point, but most likely constitutes a violation of which of the CFA Institute standards. So I have, as I said, I'm checking the chat again. Yeah, people are still throwing them in. I have a lot of A's and B's. So I'm gonna go in order of the options. So the A's that say it does not violate any of the CFA standards. If you think about it, who is Lynn's client in this situation? Lynn is an investment officer at Leicester Trust Company, remember, and she has a customer there. She is an employee of this Leicester Trust Company. And she also is a treasurer. A treasurer, she's probably not an employee for this Home of Indigent Widows. She's probably just doing extra work or just helping out as a treasurer. So she's not actually an employee with Home for Indigent Widows. And she doesn't have clients there. She's just helping out, being a treasurer. So her responsibility has a CFA, under the CFA Institute standards, whether she's a CFA or she's a candidate, if she's subject to the standards, is her, remember what I said, who comes first? Your client. Your client always comes first. And under the duties to clients, you know, we have subsections. I'm not going to give you which subsections that is because I want to ask that question next. We have subsections. So A is definitely not the answer. She definitely violates something because she is disclosing information to a non-client about a client. It's not that she was recommended to the client that can go to HIW, which would be different because HIW is not her client. That would mean that would be the situation whereby A is correct. If Moody actually went and told the client that, oh, she knows that HIW are planning to do a particular campaign, maybe she should look out for it. That's when A would be correct. So definitely A is not correct. And by the contrary to what I've just said, obviously B would be the answer because she is disclosing information about her client to a non-client. She needs to prioritize her client. And for C would not be the answer because she's not doing anything against her employer, duties to her employer. She's actually talking about advising the client to do something that will help the client. If anything, she's helping her employer meet the client's needs by reducing that person's taxes by recommending them. So C would not be the answer. So if I go on, yes, definitely B is the answer. And quickly, I think I'm probably not going to have enough time to do this. We only have 10 minutes to do. So which one? One brave person, just tell me which subsection would it be? Yes, 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 I have it. Everybody knows it. Absolutely correct. Most of the people that put it's E. She's violating and revealing confidential information. If in the question it was to say that the client has given her, the client has given her rights to recommend the client to anybody that she knows that potentially is looking for a donation within the charity domain, then she would not be violating it. But the client didn't give her any right. And also, if she had contacted the client when she got this information from HIW, and then told the client, or is it okay to tell them to contact you, then she wouldn't violate it. So all these questions, you always need to pay attention to how they're asked, because just a small change, like saying that, oh, she contacted the client before giving this information, the answer changes completely. So please pay attention to what the question reads. And I am going to be ambitious to just move on to question 4. We're probably just going to get to do half the questions, but you'll have the slides and you can do them in your own time. And the answers are there in my slides anyway, just to give us enough time. Time goes really fast with these things always. So I'm going to put you guys on the timer. It started. Question 4, go for it. And throw them in as quickly as possible, so we can possibly get to question 5 because we only have 10 minutes left of the session. It's gone really fast, but you guys have been great. Just give me the answer, whatever you think is the answer. Ooh, oh dear. Trying to click on the chat and the answer came out. Hope nobody saw it. You did not see it. So take your time. You have about 30 seconds because I'm giving you guys 1 minute now. I'm giving you more pressure because of the time pressure I'm under. So let's share the pressure together. Well done. Yeah, thank you for the person that saw it won't respond. Yeah, great. I really appreciate that. That's the integrity of CFA. Come on. Yes, yes, yes. You got 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6. Guess. 5, 4, 3, 2. Yep. Time up. Time up. Time up. I'm going to even take off my timer. So, yeah. Thank you for those that are not answering because they saw the answer. Yes, I'm clicking my buttons too fast. Just don't mind me. So I'm going to read the question. Terry Jones sits on the board of directors of Exercise Unlimited, Inc. In return for his services on the board, Jones receives unlimited membership privileges for his family at all Exercise Unlimited facilities. Jones purchases Exercise Unlimited stock for the client accounts for which it is appropriate. Jones does not disclose this arrangement to his employer because he does not receive monetary compensation for his services to the board. The question is, Terry's role on the board of directors of Exercise Unlimited, Inc., least likely, those words in italic and bold, least likely violated which of the standards? So by how I do these questions, because I hate these, when I did this in level 1, I think they really trapped me so many times. Least likely violated. How I do it, how it helped me, I don't know about you. I think of what has been violated by Terry, and then I cross those out. And what has not been violated must be the answer. So if I look at the chat, this, okay, I have A, B, C. I have all the options here. I know, yeah, I have everybody's throwing them me. I have all the options definitely here. So let's go by what I've just said now. What are we sure that Terry has violated? So what Terry has done, he sits on a board, he receives privileges, and he hasn't disclosed that to its employer. Under duties to employers, you must disclose either they are monetary or non-monetary compensations. So he's definitely violated his duties to employer. So you cross out C, is definitely not C. And then if we look at also the other two options, let's look at what he says in the case. Jones purchases exercise unlimited stock for the client's account for which it is appropriate. As I was reading it, I was very intentional on reading appropriate. So he's actually executing things that are appropriate to his client. So he's not doing anything wrong with his duties to his clients. He's been diligent. He's doing what the client account has asked for, what is actually good for his client. So B, we're doing negation now. By negation, B is a violation based on what Terry has been doing. So B is definitely not the answer. So obviously it leaves us with A. The answer is A. And why is it A? Because he hasn't disclosed under conflicts of interest. There's additional compensation, which is a subsection. Oh, giving up again my answer in the next one, but we won't have time for it anyway, so it doesn't matter. There's a subsection that's additional arrangements or compensation. So this is not a compensation, but it's additional arrangement, which Terry should disclose. So that's why he has, what's it called? Oh, no, sorry, that's under employees, sorry, negation, excuse me. So that's why he hasn't conflicts of interest. That the subsection I just mentioned is actually under duties of employers. Excuse me for that, my apologies, everybody. So in the conflict of interest, there is no conflict of interest here. That's why he hasn't violated it. See, I'm still getting trapped by these questions that I created, but this is how you get trapped by these questions, to be very honest with you. So I'm going to probably open the chat because I feel like I might have a lot of questions now. Yes, it's confusing. It is very confusing. I know. Thank you, Yemi. I have only 5 minutes to go now, so I'm going to try and see and answer the questions. This is confusing. Let me go to the question. The least likely and most likely questions, really pay attention to them because they're probably the ones that could trap you. You know what you're doing, but they trap you. So let's see. There's any, yes. He's definitely not, he hasn't violated conflict of interest. He hasn't away. So what conflicts of interest is talking about anything that is conflicting his performance or his decision. There's no really conflict of interest here because they're just giving him membership privileges, which we don't know what this membership value is, and it's not really conflicting. We don't know if he's using these memberships, so it's not really conflicting with his duties at the company or his duties to the employer. So it's not a conflict of interest, any direct conflict of interest. That's probably why the answer is A. It's very confusing. I hope I've explained this very well because I just confused myself. Well done. But the one that he's least likely, the answer is B. Yeah, I'm confusing myself now. Sorry, guys, I'm here with you. The answer is B. He hasn't because he's done the appropriate thing. I was on the right track and I wasted a lot of time going on about that. So conflicts of interest does have additional compensation. I don't read the standards. As you can see, I have my CFA, but I've just managed to mix you guys up. But I hope it's a bit clearer now. Yes, the answer is we stick to B. You guys are right. Ola, Daniel, thank you so much. And because of time, I have so many more questions for you guys, but I'm going to swiftly go towards the end of my presentation and quickly look at GIPS. I'm probably just going to spend 2 minutes on this. GIPS is important. It's very brief and you're very lucky in level 1. GIPS only has a small section for it, but it is important for you to understand it because there will be, maybe the heart of the questions will be on codes and professional standards, which is why I probably had more questions on them. But GIPS is important. Like, it's created for a reason. I have a little fact sheet for you here. Again, I'm not going to go through it. And I have just 3 questions for you on GIPS. And GIPS is it's just a global standard. And what you need to understand with GIPS is it's something that is recommended, but is not required. So the firm does not have to follow it. But if they follow it, there's a particular order. You have to make sure you follow the composite rules, the representation. You have to also have clear presentation of your financials. Like, you can't partially follow the GIPS and claim the GIPS. Basically, that's what I'm telling you. So those are the 3 probably most important things for you to know. Like, you need full compliance. Like, I have these 3 facts here for you on the slide, you can see. And also that thing about being, I think what they used to catch me out in the questions is this fee paying portfolios and there's non-fee paying portfolios. Really read that part of the question, because that's where they throw the trap. And then the verification as well. Like, since it's a voluntary thing for you to follow as a standard, you don't have to verify that you are GIPS, even if you claim GIPS, but it's advisable you do. So pay attention to that. These questions, again, go through it in your own time. I have the answers, obviously, will be together with the slides. Other questions, you can do the rest of them. We're actually done right now. Again, time is up, and I have to introduce the next person that is actually supposed to follow me, because we're trying to respect time and actually keep up the schedule. And Yemi has already reminded me and prompted me that I need to definitely finish up now. So Yemi, I am done. These are just tips for the candidates to check in their own time, and it'll be available to them. And the next person coming after me is Mohammed
Buba.
Yes, Mohammed Buba is going to come after me now, and he's going to do alternatives. It's been great with you guys. Thank you so much for being so interactive. Apologies for the last question. I think with time, this is what happens in the exam. Don't be like me. And all the best. You guys are almost there. And see you in level 2. I'm going to be a level 2. So you guys, next year, I'm going to see you level 2. All the best. Thank you, Yemi.
Thank you so much, Mariam. Really appreciate your time and doing this for us. Muhammad, you're welcome. Muhammad, you are muted. We can't hear you. Please help unmute Muhammad. Muhammad, is it a function of your head?
Can you hear me now?
Can you? Yes.
Okay, Blue, good. Okay. Thank you, Yami, and Miriam for the introduction. My name is Mohammed Buba. Welcome everyone to the CFA Society Bootcamp revision for August 2024. I'll be taking you on alternative investments. So I will just quickly share my slide. Can you see my slides? Hello?
We can see your
I can
slides,
see your
Iwami.
slide.
Okay, thank
Your
you.
slides are good.
Okay. We're going to be taking alternative investment in the next 1 hour. Why alternative investment? I think is always the question people ask. Why do you have to undertake alternative investments when you have investments like stocks, investments like bonds, investment like cash that give you the returns you want? And not only the returns, it's always easy to have access to investment in stocks. It's always easy to have investments in bonds, and they give you good returns. So why is it necessary for us to now leave all these three traditional investments that give us returns, easy access, liquidity, and move into something else? And that is what we're going to be talking about today. So if you look at this why alternative investment slide, there are three things there. We have the R, which is the return. We have the A, which is the access, and we have the D, which is diversification. In all alternative investments, you find these green, white, green appearing. If not all, most of them. So most people go for alternative investments simply because they want higher returns than the returns they can get in the stock market, or they want higher returns or higher yield they can get in the bond market. And also, they go for diversification. I have a stock, I have a bond, 60-40, the traditional allocation. But I'm concentrated in the stocks and the bond market. So I need something to reduce my risk. And that is where alternative investment can also help. So this three RAD is going to be very important anytime you think about alternative investment. Always know that alternative investment gives you higher return, but it comes with what? A higher risk. Also, it gives you access to certain asset classes that you cannot get from traditional investments. I want to invest in hedge funds. It's not allowed in under the regulated platform because it's not regulated. It's highly risky. But I have a lot of money. I'm a high net worth investor. I want that kind of access. Alternative investment can give you. Diversification. I want to reduce the risks of my entire portfolio. Alternative investment can give you by adding real estate, by adding commodities to your portfolio. So this RAD should be at the back of your mind at any time you're looking at alternative investments. And also there are other goals and benefits that are peculiar to certain asset classes, like inflation. If I have a view that prices are going to rise, inflation is going to go haywire. And the exposure I have to bonds and stocks, even if they are inflation protected securities, are not sufficient. Another asset class I can use to protect myself from inflation is an alternative investment such as commodity, because commodity is part of the basket of goods used in the inflation index. So if you have an exposure in commodity, like we have one of the highest inflation rates in the past few years, if you are invested in commodity, you're going to be hedged. Also, we have other personal goals why people have alternative investments. I want to have exposure to cryptocurrency, a digital asset. I want to have a coin. I want to have a digital picture. I want to have investment in gold. I want to have investment in art. So all these are personal reasons why people go into alternative investment. Diversification, because alternative investments have low correlation with traditional investments, thereby giving you diversification benefits and a risk-adjusted return that is higher than the traditional investment portfolio. So this picture here is very important and very critical. So the next is, if we now know why people go into alternative investments and we want to go into alternative investment, what are the futures that we need to look at? The futures of alternative investment is that they are on a structural platforms, right? You have private equity structures. You also have characteristics like restriction on redemption. So if you have an investment in alternative investment, you are not likely to get access to your fund, unlike a stock where you can just tell your broker, can you sell stock XYZ? I need money. For alternative investment, if you go into a hedge fund, they'll give you a lockup period. You cannot access your fund until after a year. And if you need your money, you must give us what we call a notice period. So these are the kind of characteristics of future that alternative investment has. The next thing is they are not regulated because they are very risky. So if you wanna engage in alternative investment, you must be a sophisticated investor, and you should know that they are not regulated or mandated to produce their performance results, and they're not regulated by certain authorities. The next thing is, we talked about it, low correlation with traditional investments, so they give you diversification benefits. They are illiquid because you cannot have access to your fund. The horizon is very long. And because there are different asset classes in alternative investment, you also need different managers with different specialized skills to be able to invest in those assets. Also, because you cannot invest all the time by yourself, you need a fund manager. Then you need to pay the manager a fee, a management fee, and an incentive fee to align the interests of the manager and the investor. So these two slides here are very important for the first LOS. Then the next thing is the change we have now in alternative investments compared to previous years in the curriculum. They've shrinked the categories of alternative investment into three main buckets. You have the private capital now, which only talks about private equity and private debt, while the real asset has the chunk of asset class, real estate, infrastructure, natural resources, commodities, and the likes, while hedge funds are on their own. So just to see if we understand the first three layers, which I believe if you do, we can attempt these questions. So look at the questions and let me have your answers in the chat box. Okay, good. I can see the answers coming. Let's keep them coming. Okay, yeah, question one, question two. Okay, very tricky. I can see different answers. That's good. So we go straight to the answers because of time. So the first one is B. The answer is B. Like I said earlier in the other slide, if you are up investment in alternative investment, access to your funds, that is redemption, it's somewhat difficult, right? So that is one of the most likely reasons that is one of the most characteristics of alternative investment. You have significant restrictions on redemptions. The other one is the category I talked about that has been shrinked. So if you look at it, real estate is actually under what? It's actually under real assets. So it's not a category on its own. Now it's what? It's now a subcategory, right? So that is the answer. So C is the category that takes care of private equity and private debt, while hedge fund is a standalone category. So that's good. So if you're able to understand this first three or less, most likely you are 1/3 of alternative investment because most of these features will apply in subsequent readings. So let's move quickly. The next one is, having understood why people go into alternative investments, you also understand why everybody does not go into alternative investment, because if it's illiquid, it means if I'm a liquid investor, I cannot do it, right? If I have a short-term horizon, it's not my investment. So having known why people go and how juicy it is, but we also know why people don't invest in it because of those characteristics. Now, if we meet those criteria, how do we now have access to these alternative investments? And that is what the next LOS will tell us. So you have access in three ways. You have access in three ways. The first one is what we call the fund investing. The fund investing is simply you are an investor, a retail investor, you don't have much knowledge in real estate, you don't have much knowledge in hedge fund, but you want exposure in that market. So what do? You look for a manager who has the expertise, and you simply tell him, I want to invest in a hedge fund. Then there's a pool of fund created. They have a minimum requirement of capital. You put your fund there, then that manager looks for the right hedge fund or looks for the right real estate and invests on your behalf. Then it means you have to pay him a fee, and there's what we call a limited partner relationship. So that is for fund investing. For co-investing is you do a fund investing, you get a manager, tell him, I want to invest in your fund because I want exposure to private equity. He says, fine. Then you tell him, I also want to have access to the investment directly, but through you. So what this means is you're using the GP to lend. The GP is the fund manager, the general partner. You're using him to learn how to invest in alternative investment. So you invest in his fund, that's an indirect investment. Then he introduces you to direct investment, where you now introduce. So you have a direct investment and an indirect investment. So that is what we call co-investing. Direct investing is simply, you're now sophisticated, you don't need a manager, you don't need anybody to guide you. You know the market, you've been in the market for years, you've been investing in different asset classes in alternative investment. Now you want to go directly. So maybe you're specialized in hedge fund, or you're specialized in private equity, you just go ahead and invest, and that is a direct investment. So these are just the key characteristics of both. Fund investment, the investor invests in a pool. He pays certain fees because he's not doing the investment directly. He has access to more alternative assets because the manager will have access to different alternative investments. Co-investment, like I told you, is direct and indirect. Some control than fund investing. Also, minimum due diligence because you have some due diligence to do on the investment that you're going to be advised by the general partner. While for direct investment, we talked about it, it has the highest minimum of capital. The most important here is the control for direct investment. It has the highest flexibility and control than all these two funds. And also it requires a great deal of high due diligence. So let's try these three questions, just to understand it. Okay, good. I can see the answers coming. Try to attempt questions. They help the understanding. They help you remember when you pass a question or you feel a question here, it stays in your mind and makes you remember it the next time you see something else. Okay, because of time, I've got a couple and you guys are doing well. So we'll just run through why. I've seen a couple of CCA. So we'll look at why they are not the other way around. So let's look at it. So the answer is CCC. Interesting, right? So co-investing allows an LP to invest in alternative investment through the GP, that's indirect, and also gives him a direct investment alongside the GP. That's why the first one is C, because allows for direct and indirect approach. The second one, an investment model that requires the highest level of due diligence and high minimum capital requirement. This is a direct investment. Why do you need high due diligence? Because you are going to be the one investing directly in that asset class. Then you require a lot of minimum capital because you don't have a pool of funds to share the allocation amount. That is direct investment, which is also C. The form of investing that requires the least due diligence. The least due diligence and higher fees is characterized by fund investing, direct investing, and you guys are great. So the answer is actually A. Yeah, fund investing requires least due diligence and higher fees. So that's correct. So the answer is CCA, not CCC. That's good. So the answer is actually CCA. I think that was a typo. You guys are good. So looking at the futures, least due diligence and higher fees is required by a fund investing, as we've explained here. That's good. So the next one is, the next LOS is trying to talk about the investment ownership structure used in alternative investments. In alternative investments, you have access to this investment through certain investment vehicles. And the most dominant one is the limited partnership structure, where we've seen in the co-investing and the fund investing, where you have a manager who is the general partner, who manages the fund and plays the active role. And he also has what you call unlimited liability. While you as the investor has a limited liability and you play a passive role, you don't involve in the day-to-day management of that fund. So these are the key things you need to know in this limited partnership structure. Also, is the most dominant used. Also, there's what we call a side letter. A side letter is if we have like 10 limited partnerships, in limited partners as investors, one or two investors might decide to negotiate a certain agreement with general partner. They can say, okay, I'm going to invest in your fund in the early stage. I want a lower fee. Or if you're going to invest in certain funds, I have restrictions. I don't want you to invest my fund here or here. Or certain redemption terms. Okay, we're going to give you more fund, more money. The size you're going to invest is going to be huge. Therefore, we need certain flexibility in the redemption terms. So any agreement between a selected investor and the general partner is written in what we call the side letter. That's very important. This is the most dominant structure used, limited partnership structure. The other one is the PPP, public and private partnership. It's mostly for infrastructure investment, where governments are supposed to provide infrastructure, but because of the huge cost and capital nature of infrastructure, they use what we call an SPV, they float an SPV, and there are concession agreements between the private company and the government. Master limited partnership also is used for commodities. And also we have REITs, ETFs. This will be discussed more in portfolio management. But REITs is just simply you're buying a shares in an investment that invests in alternative investment. It's liquid, it's just like one stock. So these structures are important, but the most important one is the limited partnership structure. And this is it here. This is the fund manager, this is the investor. You have the fund here, then they do different investments. This is also another pictorial explanation. These are limited partners, the fund manager, and the fund. So this is also an important LOS, the compensation structure, very, very important. A lot of calculation questions will come around here. So I want you to actually give me your attention more here so that we can just get some of these terms correct. So the management fee is always a flat fee. Understand that there's no condition on the management fee. The management fee is always flat. If it's 1%, it's 1% of assets under management for who? For hedge funds. Get that correct. For hedge funds, they use assets under management. 1% or 2%. It always ranges between 1 to 2%. For private equity investment, the management fee is not on asset under management. Rather, it is on what we call the committed capital. In a private equity investment, investors commit, we're going to pay in the future, whenever you need money, call. The call is when there is a request for fund. So committed capital, fee on a committed capital helps the manager to only call for fund when there is a viable investment. If I tell him it's going to be under invested capital, it's only the amount you have, he's going to call for fund even when he does not have a viable investment. So that's the rationale behind that. Performance fee, this is the most tricky and the most conditioned one, right? So performance fee is the return, the fee you pay on the return or profits made by the investment. So because I said there's a condition, there are different kind of conditions that you put to make the general partner or the fund manager sit up and do the right thing. So the first one is the hurdle rate. We have a hard hurdle, we have a soft hurdle. A hard hurdle simply pays a return on the excess. So if a fund returns 12%, right, and the hurdle is 10%, so the return will only be paid on 20% of the difference. That is the excess of the hurdle rate, which is 0.4%. The soft hurdle, however, as long as the fund meets the 10%, in this case 12%, the return will be on the entire 12%. So you see, in a hard hurdle, the GP will get 0.4%, while in a soft hurdle, it's going to get 2.4%. That's a difference. So soft hurdle favors who? The GP, right? While hard hurdle favors the LP. there are any questions, just put them on the chat. I will look at that. So the next thing is the deal by deal. This is a distribution waterfall concept. This is how we distribute the returns, right? So deal by deal simply says that for every deal, if you have 5 deals, for every deal, we're going to calculate the returns separately. We're going to calculate the returns separately. Then for a whole of funds is if I have 5 investments, I'm going to net them and see is there a gain or a loss. If there's a gain or a loss, then I can now pay a return. So you see the whole of funds favors who? Favors the LP because it looks at the entire fund, it looks at the entire investment. Why the deal by deal favors the GP. So those are the things you need to know. Questions will come around, who does it favor, and what are the benefits for these two parties? Somebody was asking of catch-up clause. That's what we're going to do next. So the catch-up clause is an interesting concept. It tries to ensure that the 80-20 principle, that is, if you agree to share returns into 80-20, it should be maintained. So this picture from the curriculum is what I used to explain. But most times it's the return catch-up calculation that is not actually explained. So what it does, if you have an investment, in this case, that gives you 8%, but that has an 8% hurdle rate, right? So what you do for you to get the catch-up clause, first you put the hurdle rate, which is 8%. Then, because once it's always a hard hurdle, take note, it's always what we call a hard hurdle. So if there's a hard hurdle, that is when the catch-up clause is required. If it's not a hard hurdle, you don't need a catch-up clause. So a hard hurdle says that the limited partner, who is the investor, must take a guaranteed 8%. A guaranteed 8%. So in this case, he takes the 8%, then you divide by the share of that investor, that limited partner. What you're trying to do here is you're trying to catch up. You're trying to return this investment to 100% value. You want to say if 8% is 80, what was the actual return made? So if you do 8%, which is the hurdle rate, divided by 80%, the share of the LP, you'll get 100% value. Now I have the value of the actual return. I want to get for the general partner times 20%. That will give you 2%. And that is why you see the GP catch-up clause here. The GP catch-up clause here is 2%. So this is how you get the catch-up clause. You take the hurdle rate, you divide it by the percentage share of the LP, because that is its own share, to get the overall 100%, and then you take the 20% to get the GP share. Once you get this, you now have paid the GP 8%, you pay the LP, 8%, you pay the GP 2%. Now you have a total of 8% already paid. So the entire return earned was 18%. So if you take 8 plus 2, which gives you 10, you deduct it from 18%, it gives you 8 remaining. Then that 8 will now be splitted into 20% for the GP and 80% for the LP. And that will give you what we call share for the GP and share for the LP. Okay, the 80% is because it's written in the LLP structure that we have a 2 and 20 structure. 2% for management fee, 2% for management fee, and 20% for incentive fee. So if you have 20% for incentive fee, then it means 80% of anything earned must go to who? Must go to the LP. So that's where you get the 80%. Is that clear? Okay, so that's how you get this 80%. The 80%, like I said, is the share of the LP. The share of the LP is simply 80-20 most times. They might tell you that the share of the LP is the share of the GP is 10%. Then if that is the case, the share of the LP will be 90%. So first of all, you need to understand this principle of sharing the incentive fee, the distribution waterfall. I said you can either have a 220 principle, which says 2% for management fee, which is flat, then 20% for the general partner. So if you have 20% for the general partner, it means that 80% of whatever earned will be given to the investors. So if you make a profit of 10 million, you're going to take 20% and give it to who? You're going to give 20% to the GP, and 80% to the LP. Yeah. Okay, let me just use this. If you can see my screen here, this is a partnership structure, very clear, right? This is an LP, this is an LP, this is an investor. Then this is a GP, right? This is a GP, and this is an LP. So the 2 and 20 structure, 2 and 20, is simply that this is management fee. This is incentive fee that is paid to who? The GP, right? So we're saying that in a catch-up clause, in a hard hurdle, we said the hard hurdle definition is that you're only going to get a return in excess of a hurdle rate, which is, let's say, 10%. So if I have a fund of 100 and the fund moves to 110, it means there is no return here. I'm not going to pay any return here because this fund moved to 10%. If there's a 12% return, I'm only going to pay excess of 10%, which is 2%. So 2% of this fund will go to who? The GP, who is going to earn 20% of this, which we have here in my earlier explanation. See it? This is hard hurdle, and this is soft hurdle. So that is the hard and soft hurdle. So the catch-up clause is now saying that we want to make sure that in a hard and soft hurdle situation, the investor will also get 20%, not more than or less than. Because if you do a hard hurdle direct, which you see in the questions subsequently, you'll see that if you maintain a hard hurdle rate, if you do the calculation, for example, if we have 100 to 120, if you say a hard hurdle of 10%, so it means that 110 is the hard hurdle. Then it means 10% of this investment certainly will go to who? The limited partner, right? So the remaining 10% will be shared between both parties. The GP will take 2%, the LP will take 8%. So if you calculate this total return, don't forget the LP already has 10%, and it's going to have another 8. That is 18. The LP will only have 2. If you take 18 divided by 2, what will it give you? It will give you more than 80%. So to avoid this, that is why the catch-up clause was introduced. So I don't know if that helps, because the catch-up clause is actually a very tricky concept. Yeah, so that is the concept of the catch-up clause. So you see here, I even explained it further that if you do this, you're going to have total return for the LP, which will give you LP earns 14.4, GP earns 3.8. This makes 80-20 principle possible. If you come here, where there's a hard hurdle and there's no catch-up, it's 88 by 12. So this allows the catch-up clause to give us 80-20 principle, because the 80-20 is simply saying that you have agreed that you're going to give the general partner, the fund manager, 20% of whatever returns you're going to earn, and you're going to give the LP 80% of that. And in this case, if there's no catch-up, the LP will end up getting 88%, while the GP will end up getting 12%. I hope that helps. So another interesting concept is what we call the high water mark. The high water mark is simply we'll share the slides afterwards, and you have a detailed calculation on where I did them in steps, so you can have them. So let's make progress. So the high water mark is a very important concept also. What the high water mark does is that Theoretical concept of the high watermark is simply saying that a manager should not be paid twice for same performance. So if you look at this diagram that I've drew here, you find that the fund has moved from 100 to 120 in the first year. It also moved from 120 to 160 in the second year. And in the third year, it moved from 160 to 140, while in the fourth year, it moved from 140 to 180. So in this case, you pay the manager an incentive fee here. You also pay him an incentive fee here. But when the funds drop, there's a loss in the fund, you don't pay him an incentive fee. But you also move the fund from this level to 140 to 180. So when you're paying him an incentive fee at this point, you don't use 140. You don't say 160 minus 140. You don't look at this beginning of the fund at year 3. No, you look at what is the highest level he has taken the fund to, which is 160, right? So you only pay incentive fee on this portion, which is 160, 180 minus 160. This is where he earns an incentive fee. And this is the concept of high water mark. The clawback provision is simply saying that a clause that ensures that an LP to reclaim a portion of the general partner return earlier received. So we're saying if you have an investment of a fee structure of 220, independent fee structure, AUM at end, that is the clause here. We're saying for year 1, year 2, year 3, this fund has been doing well. Year 1, it moved from 100 to 130. You pay a return, you pay a management fee flat, you pay an carried interest. Year 2, it also moved from 124 to 150. There's also a return paid. In year 3, it had a loss, so you didn't pay a fee here. In year 4, it made again. So we're saying that if you look at all these individual payments made for the carried interest, 6, 5.2, you have a 15.2 incentive fee that you've paid so far. And when the fund exited, it exited at 140. It moved from 140, from 100 to 150, and now back to 140. So it means if you're going to pay at the end of the liquidation, you're supposed to pay 140 divided by 100. You're supposed to pay profit only on 40. And if you do that, you're going to give the incentive fee to the GP, which is 20% of 8, and the LP share of 80% to be 32. So this is the actual amount you're supposed to have paid. But because it's a yearly thing, you've been paying on a yearly basis, you eventually have paid what? 15.2. So the clawback provision provides that you deduct the amount you've paid so far and you return it back to the investors. So that is what the catch-up is trying to say. Over the year, the fund has made money, but it lost somehow. So the exit value will be determined, and the actual profit on the agreed terms of sharing will be determined. And if it's more than what has been given, the general partner will have to forfeit part of it. So the next one is distribution waterfall. The distribution waterfall is also how I've explained it earlier on. It's just if you have fund A, fund B, two different funds, and if fund A makes a profit in the first year and fund B lose money in the same period, in a whole of funds, you have to consider the entire portfolio. This fund A, fund B will be considered as an entire portfolio. So this is 200 invested, and the value is 210. So profit will only be shared on what? The 10%. So you're only giving the GP 20% of this 10, which is 2. But in a deal-by-deal basis, this fund will be treated independently. So 100 to 120, he has earned 20, you give him 20%, which is 4. Fund B, 190, there's a loss here, he doesn't get anything. So he gets 4 in the deal-by-deal basis and gets 2 in the whole of funds. So this favors the GP, while this favors the LP. So another important concept is the performance appraisal, which is also somewhat new in the curriculum this year. So it's just trying to say that alternative investment, what you need to get here is that alternative investments are different from traditional investment in terms of their performance appraisal. And what we mean is that the way you get money, the way you invest in alternative investment is different from the way you invest in traditional investments. So the timing of the cash flow matters really because you have a PE fund that tells you you're going to be giving money in the next 5 years. You're going to be giving them bit by bit when I need money. But if you're buying a stock, you just invest today and that's all. So this timing of cash flow makes a huge difference. And also because you have some investment that requires leverage. You borrow money, like leverage buyout and other venture debts. You need to borrow funds. So borrowing of funds is also an important concept that we need to consider. The valuation of individual portfolio over specific phase of the investment life cycle. Also, you have to look at the different phases of life cycle. For a venture capital, is in early stage. For a leverage buyout, is in a matured phase. So this phase also determines the performance of those investments. So we'll look at them in more detail. The IRR is the most suitable because it considers that timing of cash flow. And if you look at this, an important concept here is the J-curve. Why is this so? In a private equity fund, capital are committed, but you don't pay immediately, but fees are charged from year one. So you have year one, year two, year three, where you continue to pay in money to the general partner, while he will only start distributing maybe after year 5. So in this first year, the fund will be in negative territory and it will bounce back when the investment starts yielding results. That is just the J-curve. For the MYC, is just trying to say that you want to look at the multiple of your gains all over your invested capital. If I invest 100 million, an additional maybe 100 million, that's 200 million, and eventually I get 500 million. So it means I have 2 times my investment. So that's just what the multiple is trying to say. So leverage, one thing you need to know about leverage is leverage magnify gains and magnify losses. So if you borrow money to invest, if the investment actually makes a lot of money, then your gains will be very high. If the investment lost money, your gains are going to be very, very high as well. So you lose more money when the investment lost money when you're going leverage, and you make more money when the investment makes money. So that's the impact of leverage. The slide will be shared so you can look at it. So this is a question I would have loved to do, but because of time, you can try the questions afterwards. And the answers are also just below. So I'll move to the different alternative investment asset classes just to have, for you to have the key points that you need to know on these alternative asset classes. So the first one is hedge funds. What you just need to understand in hedge fund is that hedge funds are driven by strategies, right? There's just it's a rich man mutual fund where you have people pull funds together, managed by the GP, and you pay them a fee. They invest in anything as long as it's going to give them returns. So the funds of funds is just another level to have retail investors have access to hedge funds. So it's like an intermediary fund where you have a fund of funds here. So this is a fund of fund. This fund of fund invests in different hedge funds, while the LPs here invest in this pool of funds. So they don't have direct investment to these hedge funds, rather they invest in this pool of funds. So due diligence to get this right manager is important. An advantage is that it gives you access and also better redemption terms. Why the disadvantage is that you pay a fee to these funds of funds and you also pay a fee to the hedge fund manager. For strategies, the most important thing is these 4 strategies. You need to look at why is it an event-driven strategy. An event-driven strategy is anything that happens at a corporate level, an event like a merger or a spin-off that creates value. That is an event-driven strategy. A relative value is if there's a mispricing, right? A bond that is supposed to trade at the same price is not trading at the same price because of maybe credit quality or liquidity, then there's a mispricing. It's a relative value strategy. Macro is when you want to buy an index, but you're looking at key macroeconomic events that might affect that. If you think Nigeria is going to do well, or you think the US economy is going to go up, you buy the S&P 500, or you short the S&P 500. Equity hedge is taking advantage of undervalued and overvalued securities in the equities market. That is the most important thing in the hedge fund strategies. So looking at the private capital, private equity and private debt. Private equity is simply trying to have a stake in a private company, right? It's not a public company, it's a private company. You want to have a stake, an equity stake. That's what we call private equity. You want to fund them, you want to have an equity stake in a private company. And there are 2 ways you can do that. You can do that through a leveraged buyout or a venture capital. A leveraged buyout is simply investing in a matured company, or you're taking a public company private. The stock is depressed, you buy it, make it better, and you always exit in a private equity structure. So the most important thing you need to know about leveraged buyout is that it's a matured company investment and it looks at attractive targets, right? And also, the entry point is a key factor of differentiation for private equity funds in general. For venture capital is a new startup. So their state financing, you have what we call the friends and family stage, which is the angel stage. You have the seed stage, where that's the first point at which the VC comes in. Then you have the mezzanine stage when you're preparing the fund for an IPO. The attractive targets for this is startups that have high potential for growth, like how Facebook became, how WhatsApp and Taxify and Spotify and all those startups. Okay, inefficiency. If the company is not well managed, then it means there's a value there. You know, the investment in private equity is once you buy it, you're going to be involved in managing that company. So if you know that that company has very high value, but it's not efficient, you bring in new managers or you make the managers there, you feel they are good, but maybe the management style is not okay. You make them better and the value will be created. So that's why inefficiency is a good target. If you have a company that is not inefficient, it's not well managed, not because it doesn't have value in itself, but because it's not well managed. You go there, you buy it, you make it better because you're coming with new management and you have direct access and control in everything that's going to be done as a private equity fund manager. Yeah. Yeah, so that's just like Elon Musk feels that Twitter is not well managed. Okay, fine, that's a good one. So it's something like that, but and you can create value, and that's what private equity funds can do. So for venture capital, we talked about this startup. It's highly risky. You also have to know that there are stages in this to leveraged buyout and venture capital. Leveraged buyouts, they are always characterized by predictive cash flows because it's a mature company. The economic cycle at which you enter. If you enter in a downside for a startup, for example, if you enter into a startup when the economy is down and it's going to go up, so it means when it goes up, you're going to gain. But when you enter in the time where the economy is in a boom, you invest so much, the valuation is high, and when the economy crashes, you're going to lose value. So entry point is very, very important. So this is just to explain that more. You can look that in the curriculum. The exit strategy is very important. For every private equity, you must exit for you to make money because it's like a 10 year to 12 years, sorry. It's like a 10 to 12 years. It's like a 10 to 12 years investment. So you either sell it to a strategic buyer or you go into initial public offering. These are the two dominant way. A strategic buyer is like for you selling a company that has synergy with another company, like WhatsApp buying Facebook or Dangote buying Olam or Shell buying Dangote refinery. So there's synergy there. So it's a strategic buy. You can sell it to that. Initial public offering is actually going public and gives you the highest profit, but involves higher cost and time. The SPAC is also very interesting. It's a blank check company, a new company, public company set up just to identify private companies that are ready to go public, buy them and list them. Yeah. So these two are the most important and the most dominant. What are the characteristics of this? It gives you high return, high risk, moderate diversification because private equity have some relationship with the equity market. For private debt, what you just need to know is that you're loaning money to a private company. That's what you're doing. You're trying to buy the debt of a private company. So for sure, you know it's going to be very risky, no doubt. So there are forms you can do that. You can do through a direct lending. But how do you manage your risks here? It's always senior secured. So it means you're providing debt, but with a collateral, right? So it gives you high yield, but default risks can be very, very high. It's less riskier compared to other strategies because of this collateral, right? And also you can do a leverage loan where you also borrow the money to lend it out. So if it makes money, you magnify your gain. If it loses money, you also magnify your losses. So these are the things you need to know. Mezzanine, we've talked about, is simply a debt within the debt structure. When a company is close to going to an IPO, then it can sell a debt that has some options to convert to equity. It gives you warrant features to convert to equity. That's what mezzanine debt is. Venture debt is debt to venture capitals, but they must have a venture backup. That means a venture capitalist must have invested in that fund. Okay, distressed debt will be talked more in, it's just trying to say you're buying a debt of a company that's in distress, and you need to have some certain skills, litigation skills, restructuring skills, and make the company better, and you can sell them. So distress is buying the debt of a distressed public company and now selling it back. Others are CLO. This will be done in fixed income, is just securitization. You put up different loans, you have mortgage, credit card loans, put them back and issue a security on them. Unitranche is interesting. It's just trying to say you have different debt structure, senior and unsecured, but you put them together in a pool and issue them at a single rate. Infrastructure is backed by the infrastructure. Real estate also is backed by the mortgage. So these are less risky. Vintage year can help investors diversify their VC investments because you have different year in which they launch the fund. So if you want to diversify your risks in a venture capital investment, make sure you invest in different vintage years. So just quickly, we'll touch on another important concept, which is commodity. So commodity, what you need to know here for commodity is simply the things that drive the return for commodity. And the most important thing that drive returns for commodity is the change in the price, not the cash flow. Commodity does not generate cash flow, right? Rather, change in commodity prices, that the price of rice change, the price of gold change, the price of crude oil change, that change in the price is what creates value for it. Also, it's an important inflation hedge because it's in the basket of the inflation calculation. So also another thing is that the commodity price change is the one that leads to inflation. So the price of commodity will change, then inflation will lag. Because there are certain questions, they are pitfall, they want to tell you they move together or inflation moves before commodity. No, commodity is it's an item in the inflation basket. So commodity moves first before the inflation moves. So another important concept is the contango and backwardation. So contango is simply saying that because commodities are always traded in the futures market, the futures price is determined by this formula. And if you want to know whether a futures price is in contango or backwardation, if the futures price of that commodity is greater than the spot price, it means the price tomorrow is greater than the price today. So it means that the need for that commodity in the future is more. And that is determined by convenience yield. Convenience yield tells you the benefit of the commodity now. And you can see if the commodity is not needed now, then the price of that commodity will be less, while the price in the future will be higher. So it will be in contango. Backwardation is the most in commodity, most commodities are in backwardation because the prices now are always higher than the prices in the future. So the raw yield is just telling you the difference between the change in these prices, while the spot return is the change in spot prices, while the collateral yield is because before you enter into a futures market, you have to make certain deposits, and that deposit will yield you the risk-free rate. This is an explanation as when the market went into backwardation during Corona because people don't need fuel, nobody wants fuel, the storage capacity was crazily high. So another important concept is the timberland. So I'll quickly just tell you what you need to know here. So cost of carry is simply storage, insurance cost, and transportation. That's what cost of carry is. So source of return here is the price of the land itself for raw land, the farmland, the quantity, what you're going to get, the crops you're going to get from that, and also timberland, right? These are what are going to biological growth, harvest quantities. The return drivers are simply what drives the returns. So for a price of land, for a land, there's no cash flow like bond. So what drives it is the price of that land itself. For a farmland, what drives the value is the crop you're going to sell and the land itself. For timberland, the lumber you're going to sell and the price of land. So this table is very important. I'll share the slide, you look it up, and it's self-explanatory. Another thing is note that all these investments are illiquid. So because they are alternative investments and you can not easily buy a timberland and sell it. It's very illiquid, right? Likewise, a farmland. If you want to sell a farmland today, you might sell it, but you might not get the fair value. Likewise, a farmland. So they have low correlation with traditional investment, know that, and they give you inflation hedge. The only distinct feature between timberland and farmland is that there's an option value in timberland. You can decide not to harvest your timber. You can leave it, not to harvest it. Then when the prices are up, you can harvest it and sell. But for crops, you have to sell it, like it's just not immediate. So it also gives you ESG benefits. It's exposed to global risks. Why farmlands give you access to different commodities. This is also very important. If you have a farmland, you can grow different crops. While if you invest in the futures market, you're limited to only those crops that can be listed in the futures market. Weather and climate is very important on this concept. We don't have much time, so we just have to just give you the key points here. For real estate, what I want to just take for real estate is these categories. If you're able to understand the real estate, residential, commercial, direct, indirect, private, and public, beautiful, because these will tell what the kind of returns they're going to get. For equity and fixed income, they have these features because a real estate can give you capital gain when you sell the real estate. And also it can give you fixed income feature when you get lease returns, right? So I have a flat, I rent it, I get income from the rent, and also I sell the land, right? So these are self-explanatory. Infrastructure, most important I'll talk about here is the stage. The greenfield and the brownfield. The greenfield is a new investment into infrastructure. It has high growth potential, and also you don't have yield now, but in the future you're going to make a lot of money. Brownfield is an existing structure like an airport. You make it better, and you get returns. So these are self-explanatory as well. Digital assets, I'll just talk about. It's the in asset now. So I think the CFA Institute just wants you to have a fair idea of what these digital assets are. So any asset that is electronically created, stored, and can be transmitted electronically, it's what we call a digital asset. The most common digital asset is a Bitcoin, right? It's either a cryptocurrency or a token. A cryptocurrency leans towards something that can be used as a means of exchange. Why tokens are looking at assets, then putting them in digital form and selling them. Like if you can take my picture right now, digitalize it and say, this is the CFA lecture that was taken August 2024. You keep it, and maybe in 50 years, you bring it out as this picture was literally taken at a particular point in time when maybe in the future there was no more CFA or bootcamp. So it will be valuable to people, right? So this is what tokens are. You just digitalize the security and you put it on for sale. Most important thing, the value of digital assets, they don't have value in themselves. They don't have inherent value. They don't generate cash flow. What drives the value of a digital asset is simply the perception about that asset. Is it going to be a medium of exchange? Are big players using Bitcoin for exchange? Is it going to come to friction? Are regulatory approvals going to be gotten? If these are the things that are driving the value of the Bitcoin, right? The slides are self-explanatory. I'll send it to you. You can look at them. If you have any questions, I'll be willing to take them. So the blockchain is one of the most important concepts in the digitalized ledger technology. So the blockchain is simply a ledger where you can create assets, chain the asset there, and it remains there and very transparent. It's only those who have the right to encrypt it that are going to have access to that. So it brings about transparency. It brings about ease of transaction. It brings about digitalizing, which is the future. So blockchain, it's an important technology that can be used to execute like maybe derivative transactions. We can digitalize them and put what we call the smart contract that if it meets condition A, B, and C, kindly execute the transaction. So there will be no need for paperwork. There will be no need for delays. So there's speed, there's efficiency, and all that. So that is what I have for you, the slides. I prepared the slide in such a way that once you read them, they are like cheat sheets. You go through them, you get the basic points. I'll share the slides so you can easily get across to me if you have any questions or any concerns about any part of the alternative investments. Yeah. So because of time, we will know. That's why I have to just take some part of it and I'll send it to you. I try to do the slide in such a way that you can use it after the class. So there are some questions under them, and the calculation question for the catch-up class, I understand it's a bit tricky. It's been tricky for even people who are at a higher level, but I believe I have a question here on catch-up clause. These questions will take care of your concern. You can see this is a catch-up clause. It's a detailed example I did. So you look at it, and to take care of your concern. This is what I was talking about, how to catch up, so you can look at it and I think it will be fine. So if you have questions, I'll be willing to take them. Okay, I'll share my email through the society and to be fine. My full name is Muhammad Buba. Yeah. So the aim of the bootcamp is just to give you the high points. We can't cover everything. It's alternative investment is becoming more and more expanding. So it's the aim in the future. We want to see more people after they qualify to join the alternative investment space so that we can build it. So I think my time is up. I just have 2 minutes. Let me. So let me introduce the next.
Hi, Mohammed. It's Wale that is coming in after you.
Yeah, so thank you so much. I wish you all the best in your exams. Wale Okuniboye will be joining you to guide you guys through economics. Thank you so much, and I wish you all the best in your exams.
Thank you, Mohammed, for doing this for the society. Really appreciate you. Wale, for economics.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, Wale, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay.
But make it a little bit louder, please. You're kind of
Oh.
in the background. Thank you.
Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Wale is in the room now. He's experiencing some technical glitches.
Can you see my screen? Sorry.
Yes, we
Yes,
can.
your screen is
Okay.
on. You can see us.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Pleased to be here again. I think I'll just run for, we're just going to have the economics module. Okay. So what I often like to do when going through the economics module, there are about 8 readings. There's a recent reading that's on geopolitics, but it's one of the more recent readings. What we just like to do, just focus on the key concepts in economics that the material tries to make you get familiar with. And I'll start with currencies because I think most people tend to always have struggles with currency and exchange rates and how to go about the calculations on currencies and exchange rates. And then once we're done with that, we'll go to the microeconomics modules, demand and supply analysis, and have discussions on the macro sides, GDP, price inflation, and economic growth, business cycles. And hopefully we have time to close through the monetary policy and international trade flows. So just hang in. Like I said, I'll start with the currency modules first, because I always think that a lot of people are always a bit worried about it because it's quite a lot of calculations there. So we'll start with the currencies first. So the material basically wants you to, from an understanding standpoint, understand exchange rates, the various nomenclature used around exchange rates, nominal, real, spots, direct forward, and also in terms of calculations, how to calculate the percentage changes in a currency relative to another, how to calculate and interpret cross-currency rates, and also how to calculate forward discount and forward rates. And then the rest of it is basically descriptive, meaning you should be able to understand and describe exchange rate regimes and how currency movements sort of impact international trade and capital flows. The first slide, which I was just basically getting familiar with currency notations. The most important currency, or rather, most times when we hear the exchange rate, for example, in Nigeria, the current exchange rate, this is a bit dated, 1,400 to 95, 1,495 now to $1. It's always important to note the notation because typically the material follows a standard notation. And if you make a mistake with how it's noted, you might not get the way it's calculated. So currencies are typically expressed in what they call a price to base notation, in which case the base currency is the currency in which you see it's typically the one that represented as 1, while the price currency is the currency to which the currency that is base is expressed in. So for example, in the Nigerian example, NGN USD, the USD is the base currency and the NGN is the price currency. So when you say $1 is equals to 14595.50 kobo, is 1 USD, which is the base, and the price is the NGN. So this is the quote. Now it's important to notice that if the price currency declines, is an appreciation in the price currency. And if the price currency increases, if the price currency increases, is a depreciation in that currency, and also on the counterfactual as well. So if the price currency is declining, it means the USD is depreciating, and vice versa. It's very important you know these quotations, particularly as you may get different currencies, global currencies, pound, euro, and Swiss franc, JPY, and the sort. So the plan always keep that in mind. The other thing is the difference between nominal and real exchange rates. So nominal exchange rates are exchange rates that is your spot exchange rate. So like the exchange rate we have here, 1,495 to $1, that is the nominal exchange rate. When you adjust that exchange rate for price changes, in other words, inflation, that's when you refer to the real exchange rate. Now, the real exchange rate is a theoretical construct, although you can see it over time. It tries to adjust the nominal exchange rate for changes in inflation between the two currencies. So, for example, and the formula is something like this. It's the nominal exchange rate quoted with the domestic and foreign times the CPI of the foreign exchange rate divided by the CPI of the domestic exchange rate. Now, usually what people say is if you can take a linear, it's approximately the same as, that first sentence is approximately the same as if you just want to get a change in the real exchange rate. Like I said, the real exchange rate is a theoretical construct. So what people tend to observe is people tend to focus on is the changes in the real exchange rate. So that can be calculated approximately as the change in nominal exchange rate plus the foreign inflation rate minus the domestic inflation rate. So typically in the example, what you will get is you will get an example whereby they will tell you that, oh, the currency of the exchange rate in the currency, or the USD, NGN USD exchange rate has moved by 5%, and inflation in the US is maybe say 3%, and inflation in Nigeria is maybe 34%. What is the change in the real exchange rate? So you can use that and calculate that. Now, important thing to note is, how do you interpret changes in the real exchange rate? Because you can calculate a number and then you still have to figure out. Hello, can you hear me? Can everybody hear me, just to be sure? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you,
Can you all
Wale.
hear me?
Yes, we can.
So a positive change in the real exchange rate typically implies that when you get a positive number, so let's say we work out an example and the number is 8%, I'm just an example, plus 8%. What it means that is a positive exchange rate. What it means is that the currency is still, the currency that is traded in that sense, purchasing power is actually weaker. Their purchasing power. So there's an inverse relationship between what you get and the purchasing power, the concept of purchasing power. And because what it means is that in real terms, that currency is now weaker relative to that currency. And so the purchasing power still in that country is weaker, and vice versa. I think when we do an example, you see how these concepts really mean. But generally, what you should know is, if you calculate it as a positive number, when you're interpreting it, you should be careful to interpret in the sense that the currency that's a domestic currency in that scenario actually has a weaker purchasing power. And then vice versa. So if it's a negative, it means that currency has a stronger purchasing power. The other thing to notice between spot and forward exchange rates, most transactions typically are in the spot market, which is basically if you want to purchase dollars and you agree with a dealer, and the dealer gives you for immediate delivery of T+2, or except in the CAD where it's T+1, that's referred to as a spot exchange rate transaction. If, however, the transaction is for longer than T+2, then is a forward transaction. In other words, settlement is for a period longer than T+, so that's a forward exchange rate transaction. So it's important to note this difference. Also, you then have differences in terms of quotations between direct and indirect currency quotations. So in some instances, they may say, okay, in the example we have of $1 to $1 is 1,495 naira. That is a direct quotation, in which case you set the domestic currency to be the price currency and the foreign currency to be the base currency. That's how to view direct quotation. So, and you must look at it from the perspective of the individual in question. To a Nigerian, when you use a direct quotation, the price currency, which the base currency, which is the unit expressed as one, is the foreign currency, whilst the price currency is the Nigerian currency. And when you flip it the other way around, in other words, when you make the foreign currency set to be the price currency and the domestic currency set to be the base currency. So in this example, that would be like, what is the exchange rate of 1 naira to USD? In that scenario, this is the calculation. You basically just take an inverse of the direct quotation. If you take an inverse or a reciprocal of direct quotation, that gives you the indirect quote. Always important to understand these two quotations, because usually whenever you deal in currencies, you may often be dealing with people from two different geographical regions or current countries, whereby one person is a domestic person, so he's viewing it from his perspective. The currency is using his own currency, whilst the foreign person may be using it from a different perspective, just to sort of understand that. But we'll do some examples shortly and we'll make that clear. The other concept is the concept of bid price. Typically, when you're buying currencies, typically is quoted in two. You sometimes see two quotes, bid and offer quotes. If you're interested in buying, you have to go to the bid. If you're interested in selling, you have to go to the. If you're interested in buying, you have to look at the offer. If you're interested in selling, you have to look at the bid. Typically, but from the dealer's perspective, the dealer is saying if that's how much he's buying at the bid and he's selling at the offer. The other thing is to notice currency depreciation. So this is one of the learning objectives, how to calculate exchange rate appreciation or depreciation. Now, this is very important because the popular way may not necessarily be the direct. And I use an example here. if you say the Naira, the NGN USD has moved from 440 to 1495, how do you calculate the percentage change? How do you calculate the percentage change? Now, the way to calculate the percentage change is the two way that the point to note is that they're not it's not just, rather I would say, if you were to just take 1495 and divide it by 440, what you're actually calculating is the appreciation in the US dollar, not the depreciation in the Naira, or the movement from an NGN perspective. To calculate it from an NGN perspective, you have to divide 440 by 1495, subtracting from 1, that gives you 71%. It's important to note that this is not a mirror image. And these calculations are very important because sometimes in this case, it's because it's 240, but what if it's less than 240%? You may not be able to get that. So it's always important to note, if you're calculating it from you should always reflect it from the perspective of the base currency, and you should not interpret it from the perspective of the price currency. I think that's just what I was trying to say. But you should be clear about where you are interpreting it from, or how you're interpreting it from, or whose perspective you're interpreting it from. If you are asked to look at it from an American investor's perspective, yes, then you will say that's a 240% appreciation, not a depreciation. And whereas you're looking at it from a Nigerian perspective, it's a 71% depreciation, not a 440, not a 240% depreciation. The last thing here before we do some calculations is to understand the concept of cross exchange rates. And what typically happens is that you're giving three currencies. Rather, a cross exchange rate is an exchange rate that is between two currencies. Now, typically you use it when you're dealing with a currency that is not very liquid. So, for example, if you wanted to get, and I'll just use the example here, you're giving three currencies: Canadian dollar, the US dollar, and the euro. However, you're only giving quotes you can only obtain quotes for two of those currencies. But you can see that in those two quotes, there's a USD common across the two quotes. So from there, you can extract you can use that sort of extract what the implied CAD euro rate is. You can sort of use that to work out where your euro rate is. And in terms of practical usage, it's typically very popular in countries. For example, if you have, because most currencies have a direct quotation to the US dollar, given the dollar as a dominant position. So if you wanted to get, say, the quote between Nigerian Naira and maybe, say, the South African rand, because these two currencies have a direct quote to the US dollar, you can use that to imply what is the Naira Rand exchange rate from that cross. Now, if those rates are not, and the reason is because if the implied cross rate is not consistent, if you compare the cross rate with a quote in the actual market, then there's an opportunity for triangular arbitrage if it's not there. I think I'll just pause there and we'll just work out some calculations from the material. I'll just stop sharing briefly and share screen. Sure. You can see someone's hand is up. You could type your questions in the chat box if you have any questions. Find the Q&A. Okay. Maybe start. Okay. So I think maybe we just do some cross calculations first. So this is typically how the cross exchange rate calculations would sort of come out. So they've given you a research report. You have three currency codes here between the US dollar and the euro, and between the CHF and the USD. And then they're saying that what is the implied spot rate between the Swiss franc and the euro? Now, this example, you have, let me just draw my pen. This example, you have the USD euro rate given here. You also have the Swiss franc USD rate here. So what you typically would do is that you look at, because the rate you're trying to get is the CHF euro, currency, the exchange rates that you would use are these two exchange rates. So you're looking for CHF euro. You have the CHF USD. I don't know. You have the USD euro. So what you can do straight off is you can knock off these two, and you see it's exactly equals to the euro. So if you just needed to multiply this with this, and then that should give you your answer for the CHF and euro. And if you try that out, you'll see that's exactly what they did. They multiplied this spot rate by this rate, and that's how they arrived at the answer being C. If you had another example, maybe say the GBP, the pound against the euro. So in that case, again, you just basically walk through it just in a similar manner. And you're looking for the GBP euro. So the exchange rates you're going to have to use the USD, the currencies that you have a common relation with. And USD euro. Well, here you have a particular problem because what you're looking for exactly is not actually the GBP euro, right? It's not actually the USD GBP. What you're looking for is the GBP euro. So to get to the GBP euro, let me just write that here. What you're basically going to do is take the inverse of this, or the reciprocal of this, and multiply by this. Because if you were to invert the USD GBP, what you get is the GBP over USD, and then it will then cancel out the USD that's common across both. So actually what you do is you take the USD GBP rate here, take the reciprocal of that rate, and multiply it by the USD euro rate. That will give you the implied and cross rate between the two exchange rates. And if you look at the example, that's exactly what they did. They took the inverse of that rate. By taking the inverse, you just take 1 divided by this and multiply it by this spot rate. And that's exactly you get the answer. I hope everyone is clear about how you get the spot exchange rates. Okay. Yeah, I think everyone is clear. Okay, I see there's a question here. Someone is asking about how you get the Naira. Yeah, so basically for the Naira exchange rate, basically it's Okay, I'll just try and see how to work out that. Maybe we'll just work out some currency calculation questions as well. I hope everyone is clear about cross rates, how you calculate cross rates. I think we'll just do some examples on currency changes as well, percentage changes across currencies. Yeah, okay. Thanks, George. Let me just drop this. Okay, we'll just do a few questions on real exchange rates as well. So I think if you all remember the formula for real exchange rates, I think there's a question here about how to calculate real nominal exchange. But I think let's do something on calculating percentage changes in currency. There's an example in the euro itself. Yeah. But then I can't find it direct. Let me use the example in the text itself. Okay. So let me share my screen. Okay. So to the question, answer the question specifically. Many times you have, let's say, $1. Let's see, yeah, $1 to let's say anytime you have a scenario such as such as this, whereby you have I think the example we're trying to just show. Yeah. So one time we have an example such as this, whereby we're trying to show percentage change. Let's say they give you an example and tell you that, oh, an exchange rate was 440. To calculate the percentage depreciation from a Nigerian perspective, what you just simply do is 440 divided by 1,495 minus 1. If you run that math, what you're going to get is sorry. What you're going to get, the answer you're going to get is 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 minus 71. I don't know if someone can press the calculator on that. And if someone wants to try that on the calculator, minus 70.5. Thank you. So if you are, however, if you're doing it the other way around, if it was towards their position in the USD, it would be 1,495 divided by 440 minus 1. This would give you the 240%. But it's always good to just know what perspective you're calculating it from. Is it from the price-based currency? And if you're looking at it from the base currency, it's always going to be the old rate, the new rate divided by the old rate minus 1. If you're looking at it from the price perspective, is the old rate divided by the new rate minus 1. That's just summarize that. Okay. So let's see if we can work out some calculations. I always think for currencies, it's just really to just get as much practice under your belt for currencies, because that's the only way you get familiar with it. Okay. So let's see if there's some calculations we can work out before and that. Yeah. Okay. I think another example is the real exchange rate. Yeah, the real exchange rate calculations. And I think we'll just do that at the end. Okay, maybe just some questions. So I think the first question here says a decrease in the real exchange rate quoted in terms of domestic currency is likely to be associated with an increase in which of the following. So if you remember the formula for your real exchange rate, the formula for your real exchange rate is given by, or the formula for the change in the real exchange rate is given by the change in the nominal exchange rate, NER, plus your foreign CPI minus your domestic CPI. So because the way the formula is written, what they're saying is that if you have a decline in your real exchange rate quoted in, is most likely associated with an increase in which of the items here. So if this item is coming down, is most likely going to be because it could be because your nominal exchange rate is coming down. It could also be because okay, but the question specifically said if it's a decrease here. So in other words, this is declining, to be associated with an increase. So if this is rising, is it likely for this to be declining? It's unlikely, because it's going to be going in the opposite. This is increasing. It's more likely this is also increasing as well. If this is increasing as well, this is also more likely. So it's more likely going to be. I don't know if someone has the answer. Yeah, I think the answer is, so you just check if the answer is B. Yeah, the answer is B. So yeah, it's B. Yeah, exactly. It's the same way I explained it. Yeah. So in order to minimize foreign currency exposure for a euro-denominated receivable receiving in 100 days. So in other words, look at it from the perspective of you're a British company. You're going to receive euros from a German company in about 100 days. Which of the following would you most likely engage yourself in? So important to note, you're a British company. The receivable is due in 100 days. I think you can rule out, it doesn't have anything to do with real exchange rates. It's just a nominal transaction. So between the spot and the forward, you know that the spot is anything between T plus 2. A forward is anything longer than T plus 2. So the answer here would be B right away. I think that's where you find it's B. Which of the following most likely considered a sell-side exchange participant? So a transaction on sell side. So typically, and then if you read the material, I think this one you just need to read the material. Really, what you find is that most likely the answer here would be international banks, because what they're saying is who are typically find on the buy side. Most times, people who are buying exchange currencies rather are typically investment managers or companies that are investing. So it would be sovereign wealth funds would be on the buy side. A large corporation that is borrowing, those would be the people that typically be on the sell side. But for multinational banks that trade across, they're typically the people that you find on the sell side. Again, if you read the material, you see that there. Which of the following will have an effect on the direct quote if the domestic currency appreciates? So again, direct quotation is always when you express the domestic currency as the price currency. So if we were to see, it would be like, remember our notation is price base. And so a direct quote is when we make the domestic rate the price and the foreign exchange rate the base. What they're saying is which of the following would have an effect on the direct exchange rate quote that you have. Let's say this is 10. If the domestic currency were to appreciate, if the domestic currency appreciates, what would be the effect? So in other words, if this is rising, what would more likely happen here? Anybody trying to check? So I see B here, B, B, B. So again, most likely because the reason is because if you remember what we said, anytime this number is going up, it means that if this number is going up, it means that this is depreciating and this is appreciating. If this number is going down, it means that if this number is going down, it means that this is appreciating and this is depreciating. So most likely, what you see is that when the domestic currency appreciating, direct quotation will be coming down. For Nigerians, we just look at it, it will just be the Naira is currently at 1,600. If it's coming down, then that means the currency is appreciating. So, yeah. And the next question then says, an executive locked in a hotel was told from Switzerland in a hotel in Spain, and was told by the hotel manager that €1 will buy 1.2983 Swiss franc. From the perspective of the executive, so in other words, from the Swiss individual, so in other words, he's in Spain where the currency is euro. So if he's told one would buy this one, so this is the base currency and this is the price currency. So from the Swiss executive's perspective, so from a Swiss person, remember what we said, the price to base. So the price to base is when you set the domestic currency, which is your CHF. So this is the direct, if it was a direct, and then the euro would be the. So what he's been told by the hotel attendant is a direct quote, because that's a direct quote. So now, if on the other hand, for the indirect, to get the indirect quote, what would he just have to do? He would just basically have to invert. That's just basically make the euro the price currency, the CHF the base currency. So in that instance, what's the answer going to be? It's going to be one of two things, and I think everybody can see what it is. A, yeah, because straight away, this is not, it's clearly not this if you just eliminate things. And it's also clearly, so it's one of these two. If you take the inverse of this, that gives you 0.0702. And because you're making the base currency Swiss euro, so one Swiss franc is equals to something in euros. And so clearly the answer is in A. So if you check the results, you find that that's the answer as well. A is the correct answer. So they say what the last 1 month, the Swiss franc has depreciated 12% against the pound. How much has the pound appreciated against so again, you have to try and just remember your price to base quotation. Once you can work out where you know where your price to base is, so you pretty much always figure it out. So what they said is has depreciated against the pound. By how much has the pound appreciated against the euros? Somebody asked me a question. Somebody has already gone straight away to see. Okay, let's try and work out the calculation. So what they're saying is that if you express this straight away as yes, okay, just looking at, so clearly, remember what we said, that it's never the mirror image. So straight away, you can easily rule out that is, you probably don't need to do any calculation for this. You just realize straight away, it's not a mirror image. So it's not at 12 to 12%. Now, if it's depreciated, because you know that if one currency has depreciated, it means that the other currency has appreciated. And typically, it will be by more than the level of appreciation So it can't be less than 12%. It's more likely going to be more than 12%. So you just don't need to calculate that actually. This is how you could save time on the exam. But if you wanted to go ahead to calculate it, you could also go ahead to calculate it. You don't need to calculate that. This one just tries to test how you are able to, it says the exchange rate between two currencies has increased to 1.5. If the base currency, so again, let's go to our price to base notation. What it says that this is the exchange rate now, 1.45. We don't know what it was before. Let's just call it X, but it's increased to this. So if it's increased to this, and it says the base currency has appreciated by 8% against the price currency. So what are we trying to work out? We know that X, and if you had to calculate it normally, it would be X divided by 1.45. Oh, okay, rather. Since it's the base currency, not the price currency, to be 1.45 divided by X minus 1 is equals to 8%. So we're basically trying to solve for X essentially. So if we work that out, we get our answer basically from there. So if we try and solve for X basically, so 1 plus 8, 8% divided by, or rather, if you flip it the other way around, it will be 1 divided by that is equals to X. So you solve for it, we get an answer. The answer is B. So yeah, I see more people saying the answer is B. So let's solve for it. What do we get? Yeah, it's B. So exactly. So you just basically solve for that and you get it. So yeah, I think so we can do cross rate questions. So I think we're familiar with that. Let's just go back to material and then continue on. Yeah. So in terms of the material itself, like I said, we're familiar with cross rates now. The other thing to note is how to forward currency quotations. So basically, the ways that typically convention that a forward rates are coded. The forward, like I said, is a transaction that is not for immediate settlement. It's for transaction sometime in the future. And so most times they're typically quoted in forward points or percentages. So in other words, the forward rate as a percentage of the. So to calculate the forward point is basically your forward rate minus your spot rate times 10,000. If they wanted it as a percentage, then what you then say is the forward rate is basically spot rate times, and you work out what the percentage. Just good to have these numbers. Then the other concept is to note what is a forward rate and a forward premium and a forward discount. A currency is trading at a forward premium if the forward rate is higher than the spot rate. So for example, you've been given the euro dollar, or yes, the euro dollar spot rate here, 1.2345. The spot rate, which is for settlement in the future, is 1.2360. So it's higher than it. What it means is that the euro is expected to appreciate against the US dollar. So in other words, the euro is trading at a forward premium to the US dollar. Remember, the euro is the base currency here. So whenever you have a forward rate at higher than the spot rate, then typically what it means is that the currency, which is the base currency, is trading at a forward premium to the price currency. And that's what you have here. The forward discount is basically the other way around, whereby the future rate is lower than the spot rate. And so basically in this case, I flipped it around. So just take note of that. This currency, the base currency is trading at a forward discount to the price currency on the forward basis. So what determines exchange rates, or rather the next rate of the material just really tries to make us think about what drives exchange rates. And so one of the conditions, or one of the ideas they try to sell is the interest rate parity condition. Now, basically, what these conditions try to say is that the future rate of a currency is typically a function of several things: the forward rates, spot rate, and interest rates. And what it tries to say is that if you were to make an investment today, let's say you have the option of making investments in one currency and investment in another currency, which is a foreign currency, it should be such that if over the time period in reference, investing in a risk-free instrument and converting back should be different between the two legs of those transactions. So in other words, you're in Nigeria today, you have the option of investing in domestic currency, or going abroad and figuring out some investment abroad and then converting back at the end of the day. You should be, the forward rate is the rate that tells you, should be set in such a way that you're indifferent between staying here and going abroad. And just look at the concept here. So what it's saying is that I can either stay in the domestic currency and earn the domestic interest rates, or I can go abroad, earn a foreign interest rate, and then at the end of the day, I'll convert back at a forward exchange rate. I'll convert that exchange rate back. Hopefully, there's no change. If I do not expect the forward rate to move that much or the currency to depreciate that much, the interest rate should be such that that's the interest parity condition. It should be such that the movement in the forward rate should be such that I should be indifferent between staying here and buying a 1-year treasury risk-free instrument, going abroad, investing in foreign interest rate, and then converting it back, which is why you have the spot and the forward transactions here into my currency. So the rule is that a currency with a higher interest rate will always trade at a discount in the forward market, right? Whilst a currency with a lower interest rate will trade at a premium in the forward market. Basically, what they're trying to say is that currencies with higher interest rates typically is the reason why they have higher interest rates is because you expect some depreciation in the future. Maybe something is going in the country today that is resulting in their currency to depreciate in the future. And so they would always trade. So what you typically find is that, I think I got it. The country with the higher interest rate, rather, is a country that you find more capital flows into that country. So because you have more capital flows, the forward rate would always be at a discount. And that was, you expect some appreciation. Whilst a currency with a lower interest rate, you would expect some depreciation. So it always trade at a premium. But the question is, the forward rate is a very good predictor of future rates. If we believe this theory exists, then if this theory doesn't exist, or rather this is a theory. So because it's a theory, not everybody believes it or prays. The law is always constant. And so because of that, that's why you have carry trade opportunities. We basically try to exploit the arbitrage condition, basically. And I'll just try and see if we have some examples. Was there any question on that? No questions so far. Okay, the other concept just to run through is the concept of exchange rate regimes. So you have different types of exchange rates systems most countries typically use. You have countries that are fully dollarized. For countries that are fully dollarized, typically what you find is that they just use the US dollar as their legal tender. You have countries that operate within a monetary union, such as the European Monetary Union, which is the Eurozone. They all use the euro as their base currency. You have currencies that use a currency board, in which case they reference their currency to a fixed value of another currency, but they use a board. A board is one that drives it. You have the currencies that also operate a pegged exchange rate or a fixed exchange rate system. For example, the CFA franc in the West African zone is a fixed exchange rate system, as well as I think the Portuguese, former Portuguese countries, Cape Verde, they all are typically have a fixed peg arrangement against the euro. You also have different currencies. I think they also use similar fixed peg arrangements. You have some countries that use a crawling peg, which is basically their currency will depreciate at some pace relative to the US dollar. Then you have what most people typically use, which is a managed floating currency. Basically, just to understand that currency, there are two types of currency systems that people use. You are either a flexible, fully floating currency that's on one extreme, which is most advanced economies, and you then have the other extreme, which is the pegged arrangement, in which case you peg your currency, a fixed peg to some currency. Then you have different systems in between that spectrum. Typically a managed float, a crawling band, a crawling peg, target zone, and the sort. I see. Okay, can you share my screen in slide view? Okay, okay. So, but typically what most people try to achieve in a currency exchange rate is three, what they call the impossible trinity, or impossible trinity, whereby you cannot have, these are the three features that an ideal currency regime should have. You should have the exchange rate between the two currencies should be credibly fixed. All currencies are fully convertible. And then, of course, the country is able to achieve independent monetary policy regardless of in pursuit of domestic objectives. So in other words, what's an ideal currency is one that the currency is the exchange rate is relatively stable or fixed. Two, the currency, you have full convertibility. In other words, there are no systematic issues that prevent capital from flowing from one currency to another currency. Now, this is what most people refer to as the capital account and liberalization. In other words, if you wanted to, let's say, countries would generally want capital to be able to flow into their country, because if capital can fully flow into your currency unhinged by then, all you just need to do is adjust your interest rates and capital will flow. Capital will flow to invest in economic activity in those countries. And the last scenario is that countries also want to be able to achieve independent policy. In other words, you want to set your economic policy consistent with your domestic agenda. For example, if you want to support growth, you want to be able to reduce interest rates while still ensuring you have capital flow and the currency is stable. Or if you wanted to reduce inflation, you need to raise interest while still ensuring the other thing. So people have discovered you can't have all three. You can only have two at every point in time, and you have to forego one. There's no real, there's no ideal currency. These are the key features people have. At every point in time, people are always pursuing two out of three, but you can't pursue all three at the same time. Last thing I think is just the concept of how exchange rates impact trade accounts. Now, you often hear that people say that anytime a country wants to imports are high, or rather a country depreciates its currency, you will find that it will support a trade support to help deal with trade imbalances. If you have a trade imbalance, you should depreciate your currency. That's, in other words, a negative trade balance, you should depreciate your currency. If you have a positive trade balance, you should allow your currency to appreciate. So this is often given by fundamental identity, which we'll see later on when we do, but it's always one of the key identity equations in economics, which says the excess of savings over investment is often a function of two things: your excess of exports related to imports and government. So that was the total domestic savings, the savings investment balance in any country reflects the fiscal surplus and the trade surplus, or imbalance as the case may be. And so if you just wanted to solve for the trade imbalance, it then must therefore mean that anytime, if you really want to understand your external account, which is your current account, is always a function of the difference between how much fiscal savings are there and how much that's in the government side and on the private side. And so this is a private savings, this is public savings. Pretty much that's the concept behind it. Now, what it says is that anytime you have a depreciation, or you want to, let's say a country is running a balance of trade deficit, how can it fix this? How could it use a depreciation to address that imbalance? And it's given by the Marshall-Lerner condition. Now, what it basically says is that the weight of your exports multiplied by the elasticity of exports and the weight of imports relative to the elasticity of imports minus 1 must be greater than 0 for this condition to hold. In other words, if this condition does not hold, depreciations do not necessarily always lead to an appreciation in the trade imbalance. And now let's think beyond it. What is he trying to say? He's trying to say that, because really what he's saying is that anytime your currency depreciates, how elastic do your exports and imports react to those changes? Are they sensitive? And the one way to think of it is that if, for example, a country is importing goods that are what you say they have to import. Let's say a company's biggest import is food. No matter whatever happens, even if you depreciate the currency a lot, people still need to import food. The country is import dependent, so they may need to still import. So it's not necessarily going to drive a restoration in trade balance, because the key element of imports are not very elastic. But if the key elements of imports, the main items in imports are things that are not necessarily that they can substitute away from, then the elasticity of import, in other words, the elasticity of imports is actually very high. Now the elasticity is greater than 1, then it means that this will be positive. But the elasticity of import is less than 1. In other words, import is not very elastic. And typically, for example, countries that do not produce a lot of key elements like petrol, food, they are self-sufficient others, this number will be less than 1. If it's less than 1, then the Marshallina condition does not hold. And of course, a currency depreciation does not necessarily always translate to it. Though will not help you solve your balance of trade issues. The one we will always tend to look at is really the elasticity of import, because that's the real item here. If that item here is less than 1, then it's negative. For sure, this number will be negative, and the entire thing will be negative. So typically, the focus is always on there. That's what the Marshallina condition says. Another condition is the Jacob approach, which basically says that anytime you devalue, typically things will get bad first before things start to improve over time. And there's also the absorption approach, basically, which says for trade balance to improve, devaluation must, to a large extent, drive a reallocation between savings relative to investment. So anytime currencies devalue, what it says is that the reason why the country experiences trade imbalances because typically the economy is working below full employment. So when you have a devaluation, what it does is it tries to drive a greater growth and things like that. If it doesn't hold, of course, if there's depreciation, if the country is operating at full employment. I don't know if anyone has any questions. Otherwise, we can just. I'm just trying to balance against time. Maybe we'll just take some questions from the material. Okay. Okay. Let me see. Okay, let me see. Take some questions. Okay. Okay. So maybe question 11 here. So question 11 here says the 3-month forward exchange rate in CAD listed by a dealer is 1.0123, and a dealer has 4 points at this. The CAD USD spot rate is closest to. So remember the formula for calculating 4 points. The formula for calculating 4 points is the spot rate 1 plus the forward rate as a percentage. So 4 points. Let me write the formula again. Yeah. So this is the formula for the forward rates. So you're trying to basically, they're asking you to solve for the spot rate. So if you're basically trying to solve for the spot rate, and they're giving you the forward rate, and they've also given you they've given you the forward 3-month 4 points. They've also given you the forward exchange rate. So basically just basically trying to solve for the spot exchange rate. Does anyone contribute? Hey. Okay. So just basically have to remember your formula basically from there, because we don't want to check it. 11, yeah. So exactly, so that's it. So you're basically solving for the spot rate, and once you can plug it in, you have your answer there. So it's in. So if the base currency is trading at a forward discount, which of the following statements must be true? So it was a forward discount. A forward discount is when the forward exchange rate is lower than the spot rate, is lower than the spot rate. So they say which of these points must be true. The forward points must be negative. The forward percentage will be point positive. The base currency is expected to appreciate against the. So some people are already shooting C. Is it likely going to be that the forward points are positive? But this is not likely, because we already know that anytime these at a forward discount, for sure, it can be that the forward rate has to be lower than the forward rate has to be lower than the and spot rate. The forward rate has to, so you can already rule out the first question. The forward percentage will be negative. Well, let's see that. And then the base currency is expected to appreciate versus the price currency. Now, is this likely to be C? Because what they say is the base. So remember, PB. So anytime the rate is coming down, which is what the forward rate is implying, it can't be that the base is appreciating. It must be that the price that's appreciating relative to the base. So we can rule out C, we can rule out A. So the answer must be B. Okay, someone says I should explain the forward premium and the forward discount again. So I'll just go through that again. So the forward, when you have a forward, a forward premium basically is when, let me look for the example again. Okay. The forward premium is, so basically you have, like I said, you have currencies can be quoted either in spot or in forward terms. If I say I want to buy, let me see, Daniel, you guys see Daniel is a Nigerian. Let me see. Yeah. Okay, so that is a Nigerian. So if I say I want to buy, say maybe Naira dollar today is the Naira exchange rate to the US dollar today is 1495, right? And let's say that's today for settlement T+2. However, 1 year later, someone says, however, if you want to buy Naira, let's say next year you want to pay for the CFA exams and you want to hedge that risk. Let's say that exchange rate is 1500, right? That 1500 means that this is the forward rate and this is the spot rate. So anytime you have your forward rate trading above your spot rate, that's what we refer to as a forward premium. Anytime your forward rate is trading above your spot rate, that's a forward premium. If the reverse is the case, that's a forward discount, right? That's a forward discount. Now, important to always notice that we should always note that notation from the perspective of the base currency. You always interpret it from the perspective of the base currency. So in this case, what it means is that the US dollar is trading at a forward premium to the Nigerian naira. If, however, the reverse is the case, it means the US dollar is trading. It means the US dollar is trading at a forward discount to the Nigerian naira. I don't know if that clears the concept. So once you get it from that viewpoint, that's the way it's always sort of view it, is that you remember your price to base notation. If the spot rate is higher than if the forward rate is higher than the spot rate, it means that the base currency, which is the US dollar, is at a forward premium to the naira. The reverse is the case. Let's say this is ready to drop to 1003, then the US dollar is trading at a forward discount to the naira. I think that was it. Yeah. So a forward premium indicates, I think we have this from here. So it could either be an expected increase in the base currency in demand, if you have a forward premium, or the interest rate is high, a forward increase in demand. The interest rate is higher in the base currency than the price currency. The interest rate is higher in the price currency than the base currency. It's going to have a shot at this. See, okay. Someone says to see. Anyone else going to have a shot at this? So first things first, so a forward premium, as I said, expected increase in demand for the base currency. Well, that may be possible. That may be possible. Could also be the interest rate is higher in the base currency than in the price currency. Well, one thing I'll say is for it to go back here. Remember the golden rule I said? Hello, sorry, I lost my power, so I had to switch. Okay, so we're back to, sorry, good to be back. Sorry, yeah. So, okay. So, so as a general rule, as I was saying, the currency with the trading at a higher interest rate will trade at a discount, while the currency trading at a lower interest rate will trade at a premium. So in this instance, we can clearly say it's not B for sure, because what B is saying is that the currency in the base currency would have a higher interest rate, which is not the case. It's more likely going to be C, because it's the currency that has a higher interest rate, and that is the price currency here, and that's why it's trading at a forward premium. But what the forward premium is saying is that the price currency is going to depreciate over the period that the forward premium is quoting. I think that's what it's really trying to say. Always think of it that anytime you have a premium, what the forward premium is saying is that the price currency, or the currency that's going on the price side, is likely going to depreciate. And it also likely would mean that that currency, it means that the price currency, that's the currency that's the price premium, is likely going to depreciate in the future. I think this is another question here. Just move this here. Yeah. So what this says is that the spot exchange rate is 82.42 for the Australian dollar JPY, and the JPY interest rate is 0.15. So this is a classic forward exchange rate question, which you may see in the exam. And what they're saying is the AUD interest rate is this. Now, if the interest rates are quoted on a 360 90-day basis, now the important thing to note is to know how to calculate the formula here. So I'll just try and pull it up from here and slam it right here. Okay. Yeah. Students. And just, okay, maybe I'll just write it out then. Okay. So what this says is that, so the first thing to note is that the forward rates for, and here they're saying, so this is the JPY Australian dollar, the Japanese yen Australian dollar. The formula is set by this identity, which is the spot rate, JPY Australian dollar, and the ratio between the two interest rates investing. So what they're saying is, how do you know that? What is the interest arbitrage, the interest parity condition that will make you indifferent? And that's what you're basically trying to calculate. So what you're basically trying to calculate, the question asking you to calculate, the 90-day forward points would then be closest to. So it's to understand that and that's 90-day forward points. What you're trying to do is calculate the 90-day forward points between the JPY and USD. But remember, it's always going to be the differential between you staying in USD in at home, that's in JPY. So the Japanese, so interest rates, the rates here will be the Japanese interest rates divided by 1 plus interest rate that's in Australian dollars, AUD. Add on my now, so you've been given the spot rate is this 82. So now you have to calculate your various rates. 1 plus. Now, because this says 90-day, it's only asking for 90-day, which is portion of a year, and the same interest rates are quoted on a 360-day basis. So usually, when you quote interest rates, you usually quote it assuming a calendar year. So it's not, when you say you're earning 10%, it's not referring to the period. It's usually an annualized rate. And they are using the 360-day. Most countries use a 365-day notation. They use a 360-day basis. So just make that adjustment here. It just means it's going to be 0.15% divided by raised to, so you just sort of adjust it for the period, and the period is 90 over 360, so that's 0.4. 0.4. Sorry, 1 over 4, that's 0.25 actually. Or just a quarter of a year, let's just do 90 over. So basically what they're saying is just weights the interest rate by the number of the period of the year that it refers to, so 360. And you replicate it, do the same thing for the denominator as well, 1 plus 4.95%. 90 over 360. So if you were to do that, what does that come to? People are giving different answers, A, B, A. So that's going to be, I think, if you work out this number, so this is in percentage, don't forget, 0.15%. You probably get a number that is approximating you probably get a number that is first approximated to 81.443. So you take that number. Remember, you're calculating the forward point. So because we're calculating the forward point, we have to subtract it from the spot. So because it's which is always going to be, which is first thing is going to be a negative number, because we're going to be calculating, so it's going to be a negative number. So we're going to take because the forward point. So the forward point is always the difference between the spot, the forward minus the spot. So since the spot is lower than the since the forward is lower than the spot, it's likely going to be a negative number. So it's between one of these two. And that number in this particular case would be multiplied by 100. That would give you what the spot rate is. So I think it will be B. Most people are getting B. An exchange rate is most likely commonly operated quoted in real terms. No. Price of one currency in another. No. Two currencies that are fully convertible. Price. Yeah. So this is what an exchange rate is. That's the real meaning of what an exchange rate is. Which of the following is not ideal? So I think we discussed this. Ideal, you must have, it's not a condition. This is always advisable. This is always advisable. It's most likely not this, because you want the exchange rate to be credibly fixed. That's the third condition that's the third condition of a ideal currency regime. So ideal currency regimes, you want to have fully convertible currency, free capital mobility, independent monetary policy. Floating exchange rate actually goes against it, because what you want to have is a stable or credibly fixed exchange rate, not floating. In practice, both a fixed parity regime allow the exchange rate to float within a band around a level. The most likely rationale for the band is that the band allows the monetary authority to be less active in the currency market, well, possibly. Earn a spread on its currency transaction, not sure about this. Exercise more discretion in policy, more likely to be C, because what they're saying is different between a fixed parity regime, a fixed peg, where you say the currency is 1 naira to some exchange in dollars, and a target zone is okay, you can say you move within this range. It's because anytime demand exceeds supply, you need to intervene. That would have, but if you use a target zone, it gives you flexibility, gives you discretion. You don't always have to adjust. Target zones are probably more what you see in practice than a spot rate. So the answer is C. Fixed exchange rate in which is required to hold, I think this is like this whereby you're likely desire to hold of the other currency. This is like Hong Kong, I think. This is a currency board. Currency board, typically the currency domestic exchange rate is backed by foreign exchange rate reserves at some defined ratio. I think Hong Kong was a very common example, a very popular example of this. So that's the currency board. It's not dollarization. Dollarization basically means you are using the US dollar or other currencies exchange rate as your own exchange rate. I think countries like Ecuador use the dollar. Those are dollarized countries. Monetary union is like the Eurozone, so that's not what this is. So it's definitely a country with a trade deficit will most likely have an offsetting capital account surplus. Most likely, this is what save enough to fund this investment spending. I'm not sure about this. Buy assets from foreigners to fund the imbalance. And when you're buying assets from foreigners, that's basically you're investing in it's most likely thanks for listening. So what they said here, I think this is an example of a large industrialized country recently devalued its currency and intend to correct a persistent trade deficit. Which of the following domestic industries is likely to benefit from this? And I think this is where we're trying to get the idea of the Marshall-Lerner condition. So luxury cars, prescription drugs, restaurants, and live entertainment centers. Now, to think of this, just think of which of them is more likely elastic. In other words, which of them can the citizens is very elastic. In other words, which of these, if these items were imported, can the citizens do away with? Can adjust from because of the divided exchange rate. They can do away with luxury cars. Branded prescription drugs may not be easy because medicines may not be, maybe let's say it's a particular ailment, you may not produce it, and so it may be difficult for you to actually get rid of this. This is something that, well, this one can be imported because think of it, restaurants, you can import restaurants. Yes, so technically, I think the answer would just be lastly, a country with a persistent trade surplus is being pressured to devalue its let its currency appreciate. So this country is running a trade surplus, which best describes the adjustment that will occur if currency appreciation is to be effective. Domestic investment must decline relative to saving. Foreigners must increase investment relative to saving. Global capital flows must shift towards the domestic market for this to be effective. I think the answer here is the important thing to notice there's an inverse relationship between trade surpluses and capital account deficits. So the trade surplus can only decline if the capital account, unless the capital account deficit starts to decline. And so typically that would be, I think the answer here would be C. I think we'll just run through now the rest of the material just to see. Yeah. I think we've addressed currency to a large extent. Yeah. The other thing I think from the material is to understand the concepts of elasticity of demand and supply. Elasticity concept basically is basically demand for, it just basically tries to explain the demand for any product. Demand for any good or service is always a function of three key variables: its own price, income of the consumers, and price of other products. These are the three most popular relationships that people always try to focus on. Okay, so the difference between trade surplus is the idea basically is to think of it like, so somebody asked the question between trade surplus and capital account. Your balance of payments is made up of two major accounts. So if a country is running a trade surplus and they're generating a lot of dollars, so they're generating a lot of exports over imports. So that typically implies that they're receiving a lot of USD. Now, because the USD is over their domestic, over their imports, that excess, where does that excess go to? So for example, just think of it, in Nigeria, you can't actually create opportunity to invest dollars in Nigeria because there's nobody that can offer it. The only place where you invest dollars is in either reserves in a foreign account. So because of that, if you're generating a surplus, that USD has to be kept somewhere. That somewhere most likely is a foreign place, a foreign location. And so because it's most likely a foreign location, it means that your capital account, which registers transactions between a country and the rest of the world, will be showing that dollar that came in, you packed it outside the economy. So typically what you find is that there's always sort of an inverse relationship. Anytime a country is recording a trade surplus, by default, they must be recording a capital account deficit. At the same time, however, if you're recording a current account deficit, the only way you can finance that current account deficit is by borrowing more in your capital account. So your capital account must be in surplus. Otherwise, your currency will depreciate. So that's the way to sort of think of the inverse relationship between current account and trade accounts. I don't know if you get that. I don't know if that explanation works. Is that if you're running a balance of payment, a trade balance surplus, then most likely that excess, you must be keeping it outside your country because that's the only place you can keep it. If you're in a trade deficit, it means that you most likely would be borrowing money from the rest of the world to fund that shortfall between export and imports. You're already borrowing that money from somewhere. And if you're borrowing that money from somewhere, it means you're borrowing it from the rest of the world, or you're drawing down your reserves. If you're drawing down your reserves is kept outside, so your reserves must be declining. So that's just the way to explain to that. Most times they always move in opposite directions. Yeah, they always sort of move in opposite directions. Yeah. So I think I think for elasticity, as I said, typically three things: own price, income, and cross price. Should be able to calculate it. Always sort of remember the formulas. It's just to imply that whenever you're calculating elasticity of a product, percentage change in quantity demanded, percentage change in price. So if you're able to figure out what is being asked at every point in time. For income, percentage change in quantity demanded, percentage change in income, change in quantity demanded of other price, of other products, the cross price and elasticity. The application for elasticity are, this is how it works. If it's for own price elasticity, if it's zero, it's perfectly inelastic. In other words, no matter how the price changes, demand is not going to change. So this is typically for goods that are consumed out of habit, because what it means is that, or maybe addiction, no matter how much the price changes, those goods, or for example, like diabetes patients, no matter how high the price goes, the diabetic still needs to buy insulin to survive. So he's always going to buy it. And for inelastic, typically it's between 0 and less than 1. Interelastic is 1. Relatively elastic is anything greater than 1, but not infinity. Perfectly elastic are typically goods in perfect competition. So typically goods like agricultural goods. For example, the price of tomato, small changes in one location, they drive big changes in quantity demanded. Income elasticity, basically, we have two types of goods. For normal goods, it's positive. In other words, as your income increases, you buy more of that good. It is negative for inferior goods. As your income increases, you buy less of those goods. Goods like they're inferior goods, essentially. For cross price, basically, if it's positive, it means and what it means is that if it's positive, that good most likely is a substitute. So in other words, if suddenly the price of the opposite good increases and your demand or either say the price of a substitute good declines and your demand for that good increases, it must be that relative to the current good you're consuming, that good is a substitute. That's why you're flipping. If it's negative, then it means that those two goods are either complementary. In other words, the price of that good increases and you're still buying more of it, then which is against the law of demand, basically. It must be that those goods must be complementary. And we should know how to calculate it and also observe for explanations between those two concepts. Gifting goods are special types of inferior goods. But I think the difference for gifting goods is that even though the inferior goods, normally the income effect should be, but what you find is that particularly if people's incomes are poor, they continue to consume those goods. Normally, if you look at the normal income situation, which is just basically a type of inferior good, a gifting good is just basically a type of an inferior good. Veblen goods are synthesis goods, they are not inferior, they are status goods. So, what you find is that as your income increases, you tend to buy more and more of those Veblen goods. Or rather, people who are richer at a higher level of income tend to purchase more because they are seen as status and things. The rest of this just looks at niche marginal returns, which is an economics concept, basically that as you add more and more of a variable factor to a fixed factor, it initially increases, then flattens out, and then starts to decline. And this just leads us to the total. Yeah, any questions? Okay. So for time, I think we can just move. I think most people should be comfortable with the cost concepts in economics. I don't think there's anything here. In terms of the market structures, I think market structures are the most popular market structure, rather, maybe just talk through market structures in economics. You have perfect competition where you have, I think if you just I think a lot of this is just maybe stuff that maybe if you're used to the material, you would have pretty much gained by now. Perfect competition, many buyers, many sellers, low barriers to entry. Nobody has pricing power, everybody's a price taker. There's no real non-price competition. And then for monopolistic competition and oligopoly, you tend to see differentiation. To some extent, there's barriers to entry, some pricing power of the sort. I think I'll run through this bit just to try and take time. I think the other part is GDP. For GDP, I suspect, I'm not sure how the material is now, but I think it'll probably still be the same thing. We must be able to differentiate between nominal and real GDP. Nominal GDP is value of goods measured at current prices. Real GDP is when you adjust for inflation or price increases. So try and ensure it's clear. You should be able to notice how to calculate a GDP deflator or the implicit price deflator. Remember the formula, how to calculate, and then GDP per head. The economic side is basically you have different means of calculating GDP. You have the expenditure approach, which looks at how people spend, total spending across the economy, households, businesses, governments, and then the external sector. And then you also have the income approach as well. There are two ways of calculating that. You can either use the final product or the sum of value added products. Then if you can also use the income approach as well, the income approach basically looks at the sum of all incomes within the economy. You should be able to work out how you calculate national income from, or rather personal income from national income. You have to adjust business taxes, and what they may do is they may present under different names, but you should be able to at least remember how to calculate these concepts, because a lot of this is basically I'm trying to understand basically that under the income approach, you're trying to add up all incomes in the economy. Incomes are typically what is returned by the factors of production, labor, employees receive compensation or wages, and businesses generate operating surplus or profits. And then you also have income by rent. So groups that are earning rent, maybe farm income, rent, just basically rental income. Then you adjust for taxes. You take in taxes, take out subsidies. You should be able to sort of identify them. Generally, the personal and the income and expenditure approach must yield the same answers. So it must always be consistent. You should sort of know how to do that. And then basically for personal disposable income, how you sort of work out personal disposable income from there. The other concept I think is the aggregate demand curve and how you sort of think through it. Basically, what they're trying to do is solve for a general equilibrium model of how economies are run. You have the investment savings curve, which basically tries to work out get related to what income levels are consistent with real interest rates in the economy. It doesn't say anything about the level of rates. It just says how you sort of work out those relationships across the economy. Like I said earlier, there's this identity that you'd always see in almost all of economics, C plus I plus G plus X minus M. And it always tends to lead to the same conclusion, which is here. Savings in an economy is always a function of investment, the excess of government spending over government revenues over, that's the fiscal balances, and your external balance. So if you rearrange this, you'd always say that this excess of savings over investment is always a function of how much is the government saving on the side, which is the fiscal balance, and how much is the country as a whole saving on the side, which is the trade balance. Always understand this identity, because in most of economics, you always find out the concept there. And also because most times they may ask you questions that, okay, if an economy is running, the government is running a surplus and the trade balance is in a surplus, what most likely would happen to savings? You'll be able to say, okay, if this is a surplus, then it means that this is most likely going up. Or they may just play around and say, okay, if your savings is declining, which of these variables must be responsible? Just being able to identify, okay, if savings is declining, it must be that maybe the government is spending less than it is spending more than it is getting in terms of revenues, or this identity is also negative. So one of these two must be negative. Maybe imports is more than exports or something. You should be able to be able to navigate conceptually how using this identity, this fundamental identity, most of economics. Domestic private savings are absorbed in any three ways: either investment spending, or financing fiscal deficits, or going abroad. So in other words, the positive trade balance. And you could also rearrange it to calculate or solve for items. The rest are mostly theoretical. I think if you're familiar with the material, you should be fine. I think, yeah, so being able to understand what tends to happen. So the long run aggregate supply curve, I think I'm gonna look for, yeah, okay. I think the other one is the factors, yeah. So typically, this is one thing they always tend to ask a lot from time, which is what are the long run drivers of an economy's growth over long periods of time? Typically, you have to look at the factors of production, labor supply, and where it's coming from. So GDP, potential GDP comes from two things, that are inputs or technology. You have labor supply, human capital, physical capital, natural resources. And what people tend to find is over time, the most sustainable version of growth, which of those factors tend to be more sustainable is population. Population tends to be one of those key items. And then, of course, technology. The only problem is you can't model technology from a modeling standpoint. Also, get cognizant with the solo growth model. I think this is often one that's used in growth accounting. What it says is that they explain a lot of things and also has a sort of technology factor, which sort of viewed as one of the big drivers of growth over time. I don't know if there are any questions here. If anybody has questions, maybe we can just talk through them, because a lot of the material tends to be about reading. Yeah, being able to identify the business cycle, what stage you are in the business cycle using key economic indicators. I think that's something that always tends to, there are opportunities for the examiners to ask questions from, but being able to sort of identify that where you are in the business cycle, what signs, for example, is GDP rising, where's inflation, what do I expect to see when an economy is at the peak through or in a recession. Recession is typically defined by growth declining for consecutive quarters. Important to sort of always know that. Various theories of business cycle. You have the new classical school, which tends to say that business cycles are temporary. Changes tend to come from technology. Supply creates its own demand. There's always an invisible hand kind of thing going on there. For the Keynesian school, business cycle tends to be caused by changes in demand due to expectations. Wages are sticky downward. It has a strong role for fiscal policy in intervening to sort of support the economy. Then you have the new Keynesian school, which believes that some input cost tends to be sticky downward, which is consistent with wages being sticky downwards. You have the monetary school, the Austrian school, the new classical school. I think a lot of these are really theoretical concepts. You just need to understand what is the main prescription that comes out of those. The Austrian school tends to say that limited government intervention. The monetary school says have a stable, steady growth rate with it, because it believes that the main problem with fluctuation in the economy is because there's excess growth in money supply. So if we can restrict the growth of money supply to something that's predictable, that's their prescription. The new classical school, economic agents are rational, limited government intervention. I think what you tend to find is that the schools tend to be the classical schools, Austrian school, the neoclassical school, all tend to believe in limited government intervention, whilst the monetary school is similar, just says that the main problem tends to come from monetary or fiscal authorities, whereas the Keynesian school tends to believe that, look, more of the problem is because aggregate demand is being hit by something and it's unable to adjust. So what should happen is that the fiscal side should be able to step in and during those periods make the adjustment to aggregate demand. Unemployment, I think three types of unemployment: frictional, structural, cyclical. I think being able to calculate the last pairs or PASH index and using the formulas, being able to identify leading indicators, coincident indicators, lagging indicators, something that are useful. This is a table for leading, coincident, and lagging. Okay, I think one thing here, let me look for one other place where there's calculation. Let's run through. Let me see if we can go through some questions on Let's do some questions on so some questions. Okay. Then we'll solve some questions. Yeah, that's the other one. Okay, I think so let's solve some questions. Okay, 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 okay. So I think we could do some questions here. Yeah. A market structure where characterized by many buyers and many sellers. Okay. So a market structure characterized by many sellers having some pricing power or product orientation is so many sellers is a monopolistic condition. So it's not a oligopoly, which is few sellers, or perfect condition, which is many. A market structure defined by relatively few sellers of homogeneous products. So in other words, you have few sellers selling the same product. This is an oligopoly. It's not a monopoly, which is one. Oligopoly types of industry like this are like telecommunications, where you tend to find just very few people operating there. They're selling the same thing, which is just basically access to telecommunications, mobile phones, being able to make phone calls, internet connectivity, and things like that. You tend to find that they're selling the same thing, standardized product. This one question here, it says, demand in a perfectly competitive market is given by this, and for output levels above this, and then the long run cost structure of each company is given by this. So what is basically trying to say is, at what level will new companies enter the market? Basically, one of the things is if you remember your economic cost concept, what it always tends to say is that your cost tends to be U-shaped, and then your marginal cost tends to come somewhere in between. The identity is always, the point of efficiency is always where sort of get your point of efficiency. You always sort of need to think about where this is happening. So where this is happening, you set price here, anywhere above, anywhere, if the price is below it, if the price is above it, it will sort of tend to create opportunities for people to sort of earn economic profits, because what it means is they're operating at the lowest point of marginal cost curve, and the price is set somewhere higher. So typically what you always tend to find is this seems to be the level where most people sort of think is the equilibrium level. Is then you stand. So typically, if you wanted to solve it, the first thing you typically want to do is you set these two equations equal to each other, sort of try and figure, because typically where your MC cuts typically the point of the lowest point of your cost curves. So the first thing we'll just try and do is basically equate these two equations together and solve for Q. I don't know if anyone is giving that a shot. So basically you equate this equation to this equation and solve for Q. So we could take out this, and then what will be left, which is I think the answer most likely will be 8. I think Q is equals to 8, I believe. So if Q is 8, then if you put in 8 as Q here, it means the price, because typically you always set your price equals to your marginal cost. If you say your price equals to your marginal cost, it means companies will enter at any price greater than here. So once price rises above this level, you find more companies in the long run willing to enter the industry. So 2 times 8 times 8 is 64. So 64 plus 2, that would be 66, I believe. 8.2. Q is 8. 8 or 8.2. I think it's 8 for me. If companies earn economic profits in a perfectly competitive market, over the long run, the supply curve will most likely shift. So again, in a perfectly competitive market, over the long run, what tends to happen is the supply curve tends to shift outward. The supply curve is shifting outward. So this is supply. This is your supply curve. This is your demand curve. Company over a long time, it's good for the supply curve to be shifting outside. So it's really fine it's shifting to the right, not inside. If it's shifting inwards, then yeah, it's always typically shifting to the right. A company doing business in a perfectly monopolistic market will most likely maximize profits when output is set. Again, this is our classical profit maximizing rule is price is always set when it's equal to your marginal cost. That's a condition for profit maximization. When you set your price at that level, that's always the point where everyone wants to set price. In a perfectly competitive market, because your price is always equal to your average revenue and marginal revenue, that's the level that everybody wants to set their price for profit maximization. So this would be, but that's not where profit is maximized. So it's always set at C, where marginal revenue directly equals to marginal cost. Oligopolistic pricing is typically results in a demand curve that is the oligopolistic pricing strategy typically is typically because what can happen is that oligopolies can realize that look, there are different segments of my market. For example, if you one area people always use an example is stadiums, or even if you just look at telecommunications companies, they realize that look, some people want to consume more data, less data, so you can break up products into several categories, and so because of that, they can adopt different pricing strategies. So demand curve is not vertical or horizontal; it becomes kinked because there are various places. Customers will just really look to slot themselves into different buckets. Collusion is less likely when in a market where the product is homogeneous, companies have similar market shares, and the cost structures of the companies are similar. What this is saying is when are more companies likely to collude? If the product is homogeneous, for sure, there's a great incentive for companies. This is a very good example. One of the markets that has collusion is crude oil, OPEC, where you have, again, the product is typically homogeneous. Because once a product is differentiated, then there's not much incentive to collude because what are you doing? Well, you're selling different products from me. But if we're selling the same product, there's an incentive to collude. The cost structures are similar, there's an incentive to collude because if the cost structure is similar, then we are producing the same thing, we're at similar level. The only risk is price. So let's just make sure that price we have more incentive. Whereas with similar market structures, you tend to find that's it. So typically here, because we all have the same market share, we're all equal. There was a point in me doing any collusion, it's less likely. An industry with 3 companies which are small scale manufacturers and easily replicable product, unprotected by brand or patents, was the most common structure here. In other words, there are only 3 companies, they're all small, the product is easily replicable, there's no brand. It's 3, but it suggests this could be it. It could either be this or this. Now, the reason is that there's no brand means you can roll out this, and the product is easily replicable means you can roll out this, because oligopoly, the main thing with oligopoly is there are barriers to entry. In a perfect competitive market, there's no barrier to entry. And that's what this instance is. Because it's easily replicable. In other words, you can replicate the product. The answer really is B for 8. That's just really because it's not it could sound like an oligopoly, but the reason it's not an oligopoly is because it's easily replicable. So because it's easily replicable, anybody can do it. Whereas in an oligopoly, not anybody can jump into the industry because there are either cost barriers, legal barriers, or something that just means that you just can't do it. Not everybody can do it, but when everybody can do it, then it's more a perfect competitive product, perfect competition environment. This company that makes products. The product sales are 220 and house brands. Yeah. Each grocery chains, the best description of this market is somebody says 9. See, yeah. So clearly, this is not an oligopoly. There are many. So clearly, we can rule out a oligopoly. It's between perfect condition and this. And once they say that there's a brand there, they are labeled brand, you can just quickly tell that immediately it's C, because perfect monopolistic competition is saying that we're producing different products, but they have brand. And when you put a brand on something, you sort of like isolated it. So now this is a game theory calculation, I think. Yeah. Yeah. So this is a game theory trying to work out the Nash equilibrium. So they're saying basically you have three companies, two companies here competing, and they're following two strategies, open and prop. There are ways to look at it. One way to do it is to just simply say, you know what, there are two strategies, open, prop. What I always think with is always sort of always look at the companies from two perspectives. So you have Sigma Soft here, and you have Theta here, and they're both pursuing two strategies, open, prop. So with game theory, always good to sort of put everything on a sort of in a box and just sort of try and look at it. So what the first table is saying is that if Sigma is playing open and the other guy is playing open, the payoff to Sigma is 400 and the payoff to this guy is 600. I'll just use 4 here. If Sigma is playing open and this guy Theta is playing prop, the payoff here is 800. Let's use Sigma as the first number, and the payoff here is 300. Now if Sigma is playing prop and the other guy is playing open, is 650. Let me just say 6.5, and the other guy is 700. And if he's playing here, the payoff here is prop. The other guy is playing prop 600, and the payoff here is 400. So it's always good to look at it from the perspective of the it's always good to look at it from the perspective of the issue of the player in the game, thinking of game theory. So if the perspective is, if you look at it from this guy's perspective, so this guy doesn't know, he only knows one state of play. So if he thinks that this guy is playing open, what payoff is higher for him? It's better for him to play prop, right? Because if he's playing open, the other guy is playing open, he is better off playing prop. So you can sort of isolate this. If the other guy is playing prop, the best strategy for this guy is to play open. So we can just put a star here just to show this is own optimal period, because he ends 800, the other guy ends 600, but he ends 800, which is better than if we were playing prop with 600. You look at it from the view of Theta. So if Theta knows that this guy is playing open, which payoff is higher for him? Clearly, it's better for him to play open, because the payoff here is higher than if he ends here. If, however, he thinks that this guy is here, 7/4, the payoff here for him is 7 greater than 4, so it's better for him to play here. So in Nash equilibrium is that place where both players are playing the same, they have no incentive to change their strategy, which is for Sigma to play prop and for Theta to play prop, to play open. So which is given by C, right? So that's the Nash equilibrium. So basically, Nash equilibrium basically says that, look, each player doesn't have any incentive to change from this strategy because that's the optimal play for him. Over whatever phases of play the other guy is doing, it favors him to continue, because as we walked it through, you see what each person does is that it isolates a phase. You assume this guy is playing this strategy, and then under that strategy, what scenario is better for you? If it's better to go with this approach, you go with this approach. Just look at your payoffs. The payoff if this guy is playing open is 6/3, so 6 is better. The payoff here, if this guy is playing P, is 7, which is better. So you just walk around it like that and try and figure out where is it that you have both players playing optimal games, strategies rather, and that's where the Nash equilibrium is given by. So that's in this scenario. As Sigma plays prop, the other guy plays open. I think that's the Nash equilibrium. Companies most likely have a well-defined structure. supply function when the market structure is, anybody want to take a shot here? A well-defined market structure, supply structure when the company structure is big. Yeah. So I think the answer is perfect condition, because here supply is well defined, and that's why everybody is homogeneous, because everybody has the same thing. Everybody is facing the same supply structure. Aquarius is a dominant company and price leader. One of the other companies attempts to gain market share by undercutting price set by this guy. The market share of Aquarius will most likely, so in this instance, you have a big player and a small player. The big player is a dominant company and the price leader, and then the small player decides to reduce prices. And what most likely will happen to the game, to the market share, Who wants to take a shot at why? Normally, you would think that if you reduce prices, they will gain, because there are many companies in the market, right? You would think that once you reduce your price, you'll be able to gain market share. But typically, because it's in a market that you have what typically will happen is that once price, remember I said you would always set price to be at a level that is equal to your marginal cost curve. So if somebody lowers the price, what that typically would cause is that for many players whose cost structure is higher than that, if their cost structure is higher than that, they are not able to generate the revenues needed to match that higher cost base. So they will likely just leave it. So as they're leaving the industry, the guy who is a dominant player, who typically his markets, he probably has a much lower. When you say you're a dominant player because your own cost curve is much likely very low. So because your own cost curve is much likely very low, then what it means, or rather you can vary it in a way that maybe at higher levels of output, your own your cost is lower. What it then typically means is that you're gaining market share. So it will force out many of the smaller players, and then of course you gain a market share. Over time, the market share of the dominant company will most likely what happen in an oligopolistic market. Because in an oligopolistic market, if your profit is too high, if your profit is too high, if you're in a oligopolistic structure, if your profit is too high in an oligopolistic structure, remember in an oligopoly, there are cost barriers, right? And those cost barriers are there. There are barriers to entry, and typically those barriers are there because of maybe the cost of entry or is very high. But over time, over the long run, what tends to happen is that factors of production become variable, capital becomes available, and the guys who are not able to enter in the short term will enter because if the industry is profitable, typically the are profitable, you attract more people into your sector. So because you attract more people to your sector, over time your market share will reduce over time. Market computers are less likely using advertising as a tool under which market system. I think this one should be straightforward. This one should be, because clearly you use it here. You use it, is least likely. You use it here. You have no incentive to use it here because what are you advertising for? You're the only one in the market. So everybody is buying from you. You don't need to spend advertising for it. But here is not a tool for product. It's least likely because the difference is here. You're all selling tomatoes, for example, now. If you slap a label on your tomato, it's not necessarily going to make you say, oh, I want to buy this tomato, or eggs. You're all selling the same eggs. So it's really pretty the same thing. So nobody's going to say they're leaving you because they're buying your product because your egg is it's the same thing. So Upsilon is enjoying high barriers to entry. Its marginal cost is set at this, average cost at this. Recent market study shows the company will most likely. So again here, this is one of the questions that number 14, why isn't it a monopoly? Okay, because the monopoly doesn't need to advertise because, I mean, what are you advertising for? What are you, is least likely as a tool of differentiation because a monopoly, you're the only one. Who are you differentiating your product from? You're not differentiating your product from anybody. You are the only person in the industry. You're the only person selling a product in the industry. So it's more likely, is this likely used as at least likely to use advertising tool of differentiation because in the structure and as monopoly, because how do I say it again? Monopoly is highly advertised. Have you ever seen a power company doing advertising before? you hardly see a power company being advertised because you get whether you buy it or you don't buy it, you're still going to use it. It's just one product because there's nothing you're differentiating against because you're selling just one major item. You're only you're differentiating it against. But for a a very competitive company, you probably need to do that because you get that's the only way you get for a very competitive market. You don't need to advertise. Well, I see your question because really two of them don't between A and B. The answer is close because why? You don't need to differentiate. But I guess maybe because the question is differentiation. So in a monopoly, there's only a differentiating again because it's just one product. But in a private competitive market, you don't need to differentiate because you're all selling the same products as well. So I guess it's one of those trick questions. So for this, as always, the company is a monopoly. As always, the golden rule in profit maximization is set your marginal revenue equal to your marginal cost. And for a monopoly, their condition is given by marginal revenue is given by, I think for a monopoly, if I remember the material very well, price 1 minus 1 over the elasticity of the product. So if you remember this, just solving for what price should be. You have average cost. Your average cost. You have marginal cost, which is give. So you just setting this to your marginal cost basically. You have your marginal cost, which is given. You have your price elasticity of demand. And then from there you can work out what your P should be. So you just set equals to 40. So 1 minus 1 over 1.5 equals to 40. So P. So basically you make P sort of the formula and you work out what it is. I think the answer would be, anybody giving the shot. The answer should be 40 over 1 over 1.5. So I think that would be C. A government entity that regulates an authorized monopoly will most likely base regulated prices on, So for monopolies, typically, you most likely will set their prices to be based on their long-run average cost because that's the reason why a monopoly is able to charge lower prices because he's built a lot of capacity, but that capacity has been built up front. So he can then amortize his cost over a long period of time and recoup and charge a lower cost. So you don't want to use marginal cost because marginal cost will not really will not give you a firm sense of because I think the way to just think of it that for a monopoly, its cost curve is determined by, most cost curves are determined by fixed cost and variable costs, right? But for monopoly, the big share of cost is fixed because it's made it upfront. Those are the upfront investments it's made and it's spread out over a long period of time. So because of that, looking at some of these other costs concepts will be way lower because of this cost that has been fixed, which is fixed upfront. And so that's what typically they will typically look to look at, to ensure that they earn a return over a long run average cost that so they'll try and ensure the price is set in such a way that the price is optimized at the level that is at a long run average cost. Okay, and this case, I think this is the Heffinder, this is a concentration ratio, trying to figure out concentration. So typically the very simple rule is just to add up the market share of the top 4 companies. So you first have to calculate market shares. Once you calculate the market shares, you can then figure out what are the market share of the top 4 companies in the place. And these are 1, 2, 3, 4. Add up their sales divided by total industry sales and get the market share. I think that number is 350, 250, 500, 750, that's 900. And then the total industry market share is 900 plus 1,000, 1,050. So that's, I think anybody has the calculators? Yeah, anybody has calculators? 86%, yeah, it's 6%. So that's it. So okay. I think the last two questions here, market share. So this is the HH index. Again, HH is given by I think you take the square root of the square of the market share of the you take the square of the market share, the top three firms. So you take the square of the market share, so 0.35% squared, so 35% squared, right? You take their market share, the HH, so 35% plus 25% squared plus 20% squared. I think that will give you the HH index number, which is 0.225. Okay. Lastly, disadvantage of the HH index is that is it difficult to compute? Actually, not that difficult. Does it reflect low entry barriers, and does it reflect the cost of so typically is one disadvantage is difficult to compute. No, it's actually easy to compute. You just take the square of the large firms. It fails to reflect, no, this is actually an advantage because once you add it up, you can see how big M&A is. But it doesn't capture the year because it just focuses on market share. So because it focuses on market share, it doesn't tell you how high or low their entry barriers in that industry. So it doesn't adjust for the fact that the industry may have high entry barriers and limits that. So I think, yeah, so I think that's all. I think, I don't know if anybody has any questions here, you can always reach out to me. I believe the currencies and the market structure bits would be where most typically, and then the rest you just have to read a lot. Okay, all right.
Thank you very much.